On behalf of Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Humanities, I, Gargi Bharadwaj, with my colleague Professor Yashodhara Rakshit, welcome you to the 6th edition of JSLH Undergraduate Research Conference. We have gathered here on this beautiful morning to inaugurate the URC and welcome an all-new selection of outstanding student researchers, academics, and practitioners presenting their research, sharing their experiences of teaching and learning over this weekend. We welcome student presenters from JSLH and JGU schools such as Jindal Global Law School, School of Psychology and Counseling, School of Art and Architecture, School of Journalism and Communication, who will be presenting at the conference. We extend a special welcome to students from IP College for Women and Miranda House, Delhi University, Ambedkar University, Delhi, Shiv Nadar University, Noida, IIIT Delhi, and Azim Premji University, presenting in the first hybrid edition of the URC. Over today and tomorrow, we will all witness over 80 student presenters in 70+ presentations spread over 20 panels. The conference was started a few years ago with the vision to not just promote undergraduate research, an area often overlooked and deemed to lack serious intent, but to also introduce students to new and fascinating ways of approaching analytical thought, argumentation, academic writing, and presentation. The conference would be a space to nurture student confidence and foster a holistic exchange of ideas with their peers and mentors. For the last few years, the URC has done precisely that and helped students from myriad disciplinary contexts gain deeper insights.
With known patterns being challenged over the past 3 years and old familiar spaces metamorphosizing, nothing within and outside the classroom has remained the same. The social, political, and indeed the educational context that we inhabit today are characterized not only by economic uncertainties and increasing political polarization, but also by ever-expanding diversity and greater opportunities of contact. The theme of this edition of the URC, Inequalities, Endurance, and Innovation, Liberal Arts and Humanities in an Evolving Context, aims to engage thinking and reflection on these and other urgent issues that concern all of us engaged in the pedagogic exercise. A key highlight of the URC has been the uniquely imagined educators panel of academics and practitioners who share their experiences of teaching and research in India, and how these challenges inform a range of practices, such as syllabi design, classroom activities, student mentorship, research and publication priorities, as well as interactions amongst colleagues and/or other university administration. The theme for this year's educators panel is Aesthetics, Feelings, and Effective Pedagogies, Reimagining Liberal Education. We wish to bring into conversation on liberal art education the value of affect, feeling, emotion, and aesthetics, and collectively think of new and inclusive forms of learning, socialization, and consciousness. At JSLH, we do not believe in maintaining disciplinary boundaries or perpetuating hierarchies of what has traditionally constituted academia. And so, for this URC, we wanted to engage with all forms of student research and work. If you take a look at our program, the next 2 days will take you through not just paper presentations, but also theatrical performances and displays by our resident student artists, reflecting the diversity of the term research itself. These are bracketed by the opening keynote lecture by Padma Shri Shubha Mudgal, singer, musician, educator, and cultural activist, and the valedictory address by the cultural entrepreneur and theatre practitioner, Mr. Sanjoy Roy. With this, we formally declare the 6th URC open, beginning with a message. Yes, you can give a round of applause. Beginning with a message from our founding Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. C. Rajkumar. He couldn't be here due to a compelling personal engagement, but has sent us a recorded message. May we request for the video message to be played? Thank you.
I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you to this sixth undergraduate research conference hosted by the Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Humanities. As we know that the Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Humanities has been at the forefront to promote undergraduate education in India and beyond. And as a part of that effort, they have been hosting this undergraduate research conference. This is the sixth edition of it. This year's conference is focused on a theme that I believe will resonate with the times that we live. It has a thematic focus on issues surrounding equality, endurance, and innovation. Equality, of course, is so critical when it comes to dealing with the problems and challenges that we're facing, not just in India, but around the world. Issues surrounding equality and non-discrimination and inclusion are at the heart of the kind of egalitarian society that we want to build. The issue of innovation is almost central to all what we want to do. The pandemic has actually enabled us to push the boundaries of innovation, and that's something this conference will also focus. And endurance and in many ways resilience is part of an effort to kind of address these challenges and emerge stronger and better. I want to also recognize the contribution of several of our faculty members, especially from the Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Humanities, who have worked hard, tirelessly to put this conference. I want to congratulate the Dean of the Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Humanities, Professor Kathleen Modrowski, its Vice Dean, Professor Joyny, and also other faculty members who have contributed. I want to also extend a warm welcome to Padma Shri Mudgal. Mudgal ji is here, who will be making an important presentation in the inaugural session. We also have Dr. Sanjay Roy, who will be at the valedictory session. For all the students who are going to be part of this effort, I want to wish you the very best and congratulations once again. And it is my proud privilege to be part of this sixth undergraduate research conference hosted by the Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Humanities. Thank you. I would like to extend a warm welcome to
message. Behind all that we have been able to achieve at JSLH, the unique vision of our founding dean, Professor Kathleen Modrowski, has been the primary guiding force. We now invite Professor Modrowski on stage to deliver the opening address.
Thank you. Thank you both. And I wish to give a warm welcome and also to state how honored we are to have with us Padma Shri Shubha Mudgal. So we're very honored to have you with us, and everyone's been waiting to hear your words. I'd also like to welcome all the educators, creative artists, teachers, students, and everyone else who is associated with the program and with our learning endeavors here, who have come to share our ideas and exchange their thoughts at this sixth annual undergraduate research conference. You know, since the conference began in 2016, we've been motivated, and that means all of us have been motivated by the idea that undergraduate research and research can be a catalyst for learning in the future and for future generations. The going notion had been that students are incapable of doing original research, and they must first learn, they must pass through intensive apprenticeship, and then they will be able to carry out meaningful research and share their ideas. You know, this notion, every year since we've begun, and our experience with students has been that actually we all learn from each other. We create a community of learners, and that means the teachers, the students, the administrators, and the people in the community that we encounter. We learn from each other, and we create new notions of learning. We experiment with new ideas. So the URC, the Undergraduate Research Conference, is a place where we get to hear these ideas. Some of them extremely creative. Some of them are responses to undergoing research, and they all represent a broad segment of the population. I hope you're able to attend as many of the sessions as possible, because we have such a broad range of interests that are really put forward by the students. I think they all express what the critical issues of our lives are today. Some of the topics that will be covered are the idea of inequalities, also the notion of gender equality, awareness and acute awareness of the effect of climate change on our lives and our societies. We're also going to look at the way in which IT and AI are dominating our lives now. Do we know how to grapple with it? Do we know how to create it as a tool, a useful tool in our lives? These questions will be answered. Governance, violence, spirituality, freedom of belief, and the visual arts in all their forms will be examined, explored, and put to use by the students. So the ideas are very exciting, and I feel that this creativity, the inquisitive minds, are really at the heart of learning. This is what we're all learning from. Also, I think it underscores the importance of the liberal arts and humanities. You know, they're on and off, we hear that STEM education is the only way to go. Science and technology are the only way to go. But you could never have development in these fields without the creative imagination of the liberal arts and humanities. And you will see from the presentations that we have here today, that, and tomorrow as well, that the underlying message is this creative urge. If you dig a little deeper, you're going to see that notions of liberal arts and humanities are present in everything that the students, the faculty do. You will also be able to inquire into, you know, there's an old saying that says, you will teach as you've been taught. And so really this is a way which is saying that there are the traditional ways of education, there are the traditional means that we all have to go through. Actually, this conference and the previous ones that we've had dispel this idea. Yes, you will teach as you've been taught, but what you're taught and who your teachers are changes in a variety of ways. We learn from the community, we learn from each other, we learn through this institution and through our communication with each other that we're building a real community of learners, and we're creating new knowledge, and we may disagree with each other, but that's great. We have the space to disagree. We have the space to move forward. So this is something that we're all going to be exploring. I'm sure we will come out of this conference with new ideas. Even the presenters will come out of it with new ideas as well, and we'll all gain new meaning. I'd like to just end with the idea put forth by Nelson Mandela. I think we can all say that we all have heard this famous quote, "Education is the most powerful weapon which one can use to change the world." And this is an important one. He rescinded, or he changed a bit in his later life the meaning of this statement. And he wrote, "To a narrow-thinking person, it is hard to explain that to be educated does not mean being literate, having a BA degree, and that a literate man can be more educated than any degree holder. He can be someone who surpasses those with advanced degrees. You see, this is the heart of our research. It's understanding ways of communicating, of listening to others, of understanding what is the profound knowledge that's being passed on to us. And so I would like to invite you all to add your ideas of education, of learning, of new ideas to this conference. And thank you from the bottom of my heart for coming and for participating. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Madrowski, for the kind words of encouragement. Next, I want to invite our colleague and my co-convener, Dr. Gargi Bharadwaj, to introduce our keynote speaker for today.
Our keynote speaker for today perhaps does not need an introduction, but I've been asked to introduce her, and so I will try. I have, as have many of you, grown up listening to her music, whether in the upbeat and invigorating Ali More Angna, the thumping and joyous Ab Ke Sawan that we have all been humming since yesterday as it poured unexpectedly, or the deeply empowering voice of the woman truck driver in Man Ke Manjeere. Her versatile, powerful, and reverberating voice has entertained, soothed, and reassured us for many years now. It is my honor to introduce and welcome Padma Shri Shubha Mudgal. Born into a musically dedicated family, Shubha Mudgal has been trained by some of the finest musicians and musicologists in India. Trained by eminent scholar, musician, composer Pandit Ramashray Jha Ramrang, she also received guidance from Pandit Vinay Chandra Moudgalya and Pandit Vasant Thakur. She later learned stylistic techniques from well-known maestros Pandit Jitendra Abhishek and Pandit Kumar Gandharv. She also received training in Thumri from Srimati Naina Devi. In addition to being a performer, Shubhaji has also won recognition as a composer. She is the recipient of numerous awards, including the Gold Plaque Award for Special Achievement in Music at the 34th Chicago International Film Festival 1998 and the Yash Bharati Samman from the government of Uttar Pradesh in 2015. She has also been closely involved with several projects related to music education in India. Formerly a member of the Central Advisory Board of Education, constituted by the Government of India, Shubhaji chaired a focus group discussing the need for introducing an art education program in mainstream school education during the National Curriculum Framework 2005. She was also a Nana Shirgaonkar Visiting Research Professor for Traditional Music at Goa University. Shubha Mudgal has recently been invited by the Goa Institute of Management as a distinguished visiting scholar for a period of 2 years from January 2022. Shubha Mudgal, along with Anish Pradhan, has established an online distribution platform for musicians specializing in diverse forms of Indian music through their website _records.com. Among the many projects they have initiated in their efforts to preserve the rich musical heritage of India is the Sangeet Kosh, an online encyclopedia of Indian music. For her contribution to Indian music and preserving musical heritage of our country, she was awarded the Padma Shri from the Government of India in the year 2000. Please join me once again in welcoming Shubha Mudgal to JGU. Shubhaji, I invite you to kindly deliver the keynote lecture of the URC 2023.
Namaskar and greetings to all of you. I've been facing the microphone for several decades now, and I normally feel quite comfortable. But today I have to confess that there are many, many butterflies in my tummy, because this is an unusual occasion for me when I'm delivering a keynote address at one of the most prestigious educational institutions in the country, amongst scholars of the greatest wisdom and scholarship, amongst all of you students, artists, creators. And I have to tell you that I'm nervous, so please indulge me. But thank you so much for inviting me to deliver the keynote address for this conference, a conference which will hopefully provide a space that is both safe and at the same time vibrant and encouraging of discussion, debate, reflection, argument, and even dissent. We live in spaces today where the excessive and the extreme are normalized, and where liberality and humanity have been so drastically redefined as to have become almost unrecognizable. In this rather oppressive climate of excesses, inequalities, and polarizations, to hope for an opportunity to cultivate empathy, compassion, and inclusion is almost like hoping for the miracle that you know will never ever occur. But before you get the idea that I'm possibly one of those jaded, cynical creatures with not an ounce of optimism in any pore of my being, let me hasten to add, I remain convinced that it is only through the power of education and knowledge that miracles, if any, can be sculpted and created. At the same time, I also believe that one cannot hope to evolve or move forward without articulating with brutal honesty the challenges at hand, or without accepting existing challenges and discussing possible solutions at length. Despite the undeniable burgeoning of prestigious educational institutions in India and the many opportunities they offer to the enormous population of students they cater to, the systematic corporatization of education and the ruthless competitiveness that pervades many of our schools and colleges and institutions of higher learning come in the way of the very idea of cultivating empathy and social responsibility that schools of liberal arts and humanities are meant to facilitate. Broadly speaking, how do we evaluate the success of our educational institutions and schools? For example, broadly speaking, one measure of success is the number of potential students an institution can attract. The greater the frenzy and rush for securing a place in a prestigious school, the more successful it is deemed. Another measure of success is the placement opportunities and job opportunities that the school can offer and secure for its successful students. Our standards of measuring success have become more or less template-like. Have you ever thought of evaluating the success of an educational institution by trying to measure how many of its alumnus have shown commitment to social causes and social responsibility? Do we consider how many choose to or dare to speak out against injustice, inequality, violation of human rights, or do most prefer to maintain an unruffled lifestyle of silence, comfortable silence, looking the other way? I noticed with great interest and excitement that the call for papers for this conference states that humanities and liberal arts colleges can be instrumental in encouraging students to radically rethink some of the basic assumptions around the operation of societal structures, and I'm quoting from your call for papers. But the statement also led me to wonder what measure or intensity of radical rethinking would in fact be permitted today or encouraged in our present-day colleges. Radical thinking, to my mind, and I'm not looking at that, that's rather discredited definition of radicalism, which we also know exists. But to my mind, radical thinking does not do anyone the courtesy of waiting to be granted permission to be radical. It is inherently autonomous and independent. Radical thinking uproots a problem and lays its rot bare for all to witness, to comment upon, and to act upon. It creates discomfort, upheaval, for many people, and drastic dislodging of societal mores and norms, and even social malaise that has been normalized and accepted for decades and centuries. Are we truly prepared then for such radicalism and such upheaval? Ideally, in a democracy, there should be no fear of radical rethinking. But then radical thinking will never bother about being politically correct. The reality at this point in time is that although in public debates, politicians and spokespersons of every political hue and leaning describe India as the mother of all democracies and the world's largest democracy, but there is a galloping rise in majoritarianism, divisive politics, and hyper-nationalism clouds the democratic skies in this country. For the radical thinker, the challenge of uprooting the old and re-establishing a new order in current times therefore becomes even more fraught with dangers and challenges that we are all aware of but prefer not to speak about. This conference aims to look at liberal arts and humanities in an evolving context. To be honest, I'm not certain if the term evolving, with its inherent connotation of something moving forward or progressing, can at all be used in the current context, where in many ways we seem to have regressed or face stagnation. Take, for instance, the issue of caste. As we move towards the 18th general elections, different political parties prepare for a grand battle for power, with strategies focusing firmly on caste-based victories. It is clear in the circumstances that caste is as entrenched in Indian society as it was decades ago, and playing the caste card will prove to be beneficial in electoral politics, as it has in the past as well. Can we hope for a radical change in this current reality? Will we even acknowledge openly that we are a democracy that unquestioningly and even willingly plays into the hands of caste-based politics? Or will we turn around and bare our fangs at those who question caste politics, troll them, abuse them in the most sickening terms, and tell them that caste is part of our ancient culture and must be kept intact and active? Inclusive policies and schemes aimed at providing support to marginalized castes and communities often remain mere tokens in the face of the ground reality, where caste-based discrimination remains rampant and unchecked. And caste discrimination and manipulation is by no means the only societal problem we face in our country today. Poverty, shocking inequalities, deep-rooted corruption, and a resigned acceptance of corruption, rampant wanton violence and barbarism, unchecked vigilantism, crimes against women, gender-based discrimination, climate change and air pollution are some of the many issues that could be addressed through the skills and empowerment that an education in liberal arts claims to provide. Many of these and more are being studied in institutions and colleges that offer courses in liberal arts. And some of these will fortunately be discussed in this very conference. And yet, on the policy-making level, there is currently a tendency to either brush these very complex problems under the carpet, ignore or deny their very existence, or in some cases brazenly insist that they are part of our culture and must be maintained and allowed to thrive. A similar situation exists with regard to the rights of the LGBTQ plus community. On the one hand stands the landmark judgment of the Honorable Supreme Court of India in 2018 in the Navtej Singh Johar versus Union of India case, which decriminalized all consensual sex between adults, including homosexuals. But despite the highest court in the land decriminalizing homosexuality in 2018, we have a senior politician insisting that the issue of legalizing same-sex marriages must not be left to the judiciary, and matters of such complexity and significance cannot be decided by two judges sitting together. Decisions of this nature should be decided by legislature. The government of the day has also opposed the legalization of same-sex marriages in India. In a situation such as this, which is so volatile and complex, what possible solutions could be suggested by the student of liberal arts? The highest court of the land has been declared unfit to find a solution for the issue under litigation by none other than a democratically elected representative of the Indian public. It is by no means unthinkable that with a majoritarian government in power, legislation could wrest the issue right out of the hands of the judiciary and declare same-sex marriages as going against the sentiments of Indian society. We can study the problem, we can offer suggestions, possible solutions, look for more options, discuss, analyze, but our efforts may come to naught because our policymakers might choose to think otherwise. Despite the solution being in sight, there could be no takers for it, because at no point can our suggestion force the hands of either lawmakers or politicians. And perhaps what I'm hoping to do in bringing up this point is to suggest that the study of liberal arts and humanities is not only a course-bound, syllabus-driven exercise or a paper-writing exercise meant to equip you with a degree or a publication, perhaps in a prestigious academic journal. It is finally an immersion, a deep immersion, and a process that you will need to journey with possibly through your life. It is also possible that the solutions and answers you offer with such conviction may never be received or gain acceptance. And in this aspect, I find many similarities and consonances in the pursuit of the arts as well. For decades, I've been studying Hindustani classical music, and in particular two vocal forms, namely Khayal and Thumri Dadra. This broadly is my area of specialization, although I have also had the opportunity to work with other forms and genres of Indian and non-Indian music. As a student of music, I must first be a listener, and a listener who listens to other voices, to alarm bells, signals, and signs of stress and distress in the ecosystem I inhabit. I cannot and must not be content with listening to my own voice incessantly. And it is as an avid listener that I have not only discovered the most fascinating music made by musicians from across the world, but have also been able to pick out, identify with, and react to the many inequalities, hierarchies, and injustices prevalent in the world of music and the arts as well. Today, as we meet here today, scores of students of dance at the prestigious Kalakshetra institution are in turmoil and upheaval to protest against the verbal and physical abuse some of them have allegedly faced and complained against, but with apparently no satisfactory action having been taken by the authorities. This is not the only institution in the country which faces a problem of this nature. In different parts of the country, complaints of abuse, assault, and exploitation by gurus, fellow artists, and others are emerging repeatedly. In most cases, the first instinct of all those in positions of power and authority is to quash, silence, or dismiss the complaints as rumors or as a conspiracy plan meant to defame and denigrate a highly accomplished individual or institution or both. Meanwhile, as victims of abuse and exploitation in the arts continue to be traumatized and derided for going public with their grievances, the accused continue to receive invitations to perform at prestigious events, institutions, and are even given awards and accolades. The messaging is clear from society at large. The accused will not be held accountable. The rules and procedures prescribed by the law of the land can be and are flouted or manipulated regularly, and no one is held responsible for these irregularities. Senior artists and influencers in the fraternity either remain silent on the issue or worse, meet and greet the accused on social, and post pictures of themselves with shocking lack of sensitivity, posing with the accused on their social media accounts. Self-proclaimed saviors of our cultural heritage and die-hard fans of the arts are either silent or are waiting for other voices to take the lead. Some are waiting just to add, a line or two in response or click on the like or angry icon, but the majority is silent. I feel it is important for members of the audience, as an integral part of this ecosystem, to also take a public stand on such issues and not wait for others to take the lead. As a part of the artist fraternity, I've had to take a stand and speak my mind on the issue publicly. I cannot, of course, represent the victims or hope to address their grievances, but unless I acknowledge the unfortunate existence of this reality, speak out against it, and recognize it as a major problem, how can I hope for a solution? Critical thinking, complex problem solving, and serving our community are all skills that an involvement with the arts and a study of liberal arts are set to equip you with. However, implementing these skills in your life and work can be more of an uphill task than we usually imagine and may not get a popular response. Nevertheless, I wish all of you success in finding your true calling, an area of commitment, and end with the belief that from among you will come some of the many people who will bring about transformation and change with sensitivity and wisdom. I look forward to being around to cheer and celebrate your work and contribution towards ensuring that India remains truly a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. Thank you.
Thank you, Shubhaji, for that rousing, compassionate, and truly egalitarian keynote. We are honored to have heard it. Thank you so much for highlighting the stark systemic differences and deep-rooted discriminations, and yet engaging in the politics of hope. That is precisely the kind of empowerment, acknowledgement, and almost emancipation that we need. We felt seen as a liberal arts school that we truly have the power to bring about change, not just through education, but also to use our privilege for good. With that, I turn the microphone over to our colleague, Dr. Priya Kanungo, who would be taking us through not just the keynote, and who's, of course, an artist and practitioner herself, but also for any questions that you would possibly have after the excellent speech that we heard. Thank you. Priya?
Thanks, Yashodhara, for the introduction, and I seem to be sitting right in front of your plaque, which is fine. Or mine. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Thank you very much for the wonderful speech, Shubha. As usual, as always, incisive, layered, and nuanced. Since I have the privilege of taking this discussion and Q&A forward, I'd like to reiterate that yes, Padma Shri Shubha Mudgal is an iconic singer who straddles both classical and popular music with aplomb. We all know that she's been one of the most popular and often heard singers. We also know that for many, many years, she's been consistently writing thought-provoking columns and blogs on music and the world of music. We also know that her book, Looking for Miss Sargam, has been very well received. By the way, it's about it's a humorous and humane take on the life of Indian musicians and the business of music also. Right? Maybe all of you should go and get it. So yes, we know that she is an established and very well-known singer. She's a very well-established writer. But there are many more facets to this multifaceted personality. For instance, did you know that she knits at the speed of lightning? Did you know that she can just wave a ladle and you have the most delicious meal before you? Did you know that she can actually, for instance, any well-established interior designer, she can give a run for their money? Of course. And most of all, did you know that she is a dangerously good mimic? Did you know that? And maybe you should ask her to perform that. So good to have you here, Shubha. I have many questions for you, but I think since we are in an academic and university space, and there are many people here who are going to be charting their future and making choices, I'd like to start with the following, which is that you started at age 4 with Kathak. Kathak is a traditional dance form in India. And you continued till age 16 pursuing Kathak. And around the age of 16, you were asked or instructed by your mother or advised by her that you should learn music so that it enhances your performance as a Kathak dancer. Right? Yeah. Which is when you went to Pandit Ramashray Jha. What I've known is that post your undergraduate degree, your mother gave you the choice to take a year off to decide whether you want to do music full time.
Yes.
You say that it didn't take you a year to decide that, it took you just a month.
Yes.
So my question to you here is, how did you decide within a month that music was your calling? What was it that made you decide that?
I think I was able to take just about a month because my mother had already opened the door for me and shown me the way. Till then, I felt that it was all right. I mean, I had been encouraged all my life long to engage with the arts, whether it was Kathak or whether it was going to listen to concerts or to, go for theatre. Arts were revered in the family, and my sister, my only other sibling, and I were encouraged to engage with the arts at all points during our lives. In fact, I don't recall my parents telling me that stop learning dance or music because now you have to prepare for your examinations. Now it's exam time, it's serious time, no time for play or arts, So, in fact, my mother would say, how can it be otherwise? You still have to do your riyaz, you still have to go through your lessons. So the arts were an engagement with the arts was an integral part of my life. But I still didn't think that I could pursue it as a lifetime commitment. And perhaps my vision at that point was, I was very young, but also the fact that my maternal grandmother, who was born in 1900, when she had expressed an intense desire to learn music, her father said to her, there's no question of your learning Indian music. At best, I can try and get you piano lessons. But Indian music, respectable women don't study. And so she was never given the opportunity to actually study Indian music because there was this cloud of, let's say, a bias, a stigma hanging over it. And my grandmother then contented herself with posing with all kinds of instruments which she borrowed from friends, sitting in a garden and getting herself photographed. But she gave my mother and her 2 other siblings, my mother had 2 sisters, she gave all her children the opportunity to learn music and dance, to try and work with school theatre, college theatre, etc. But she did not approve of making that a profession. So can you see from 1900 onwards, this in the same family, the women are taking an initiative to give the children in the family an education in the arts, but still there is this idea that no, this cannot become your full-time work. And then comes my mother, who says, why can't it happen? I can see that you're obsessed with music. If you want to do this, just take a break, think about it, and make an independent choice. I think that was very important. That she didn't say, I think you should do this. She just said, I can observe that this is what really fascinates you, but the decision must be yours. Don't turn around and tell me later on that you didn't have the opportunity. And I think that opening of that door for me was really the key for my decision. I already knew it. I mean, I was obsessed with music. I spent all my day either listening to music or trying to learn some song or go watch a film and memorize the songs. So I was doing that all the time. But really speaking, it was this opportunity that my mother sort of placed right before me that made it easier for me to take the jump.
Okay. So having decided, what was a day in the life of Shubha Mudgal when she became a full-time student of music?
Now I need to introduce you to my mother, the tyrant. No, but that's unfair. What she realized also was that, and Priya, you will understand this very well, that while I had been in an atmosphere, in an environment that really gave me an exposure to the arts, there are many things that you learn right at the beginning of your talim or your training as a musician. I hadn't learnt all of that. So things which people learn at age 6 or in the very first 6 months of their training as musicians, I hadn't gone through all of those. I had been studying dance. And so there was a lot to learn, and there was also a lot to unlearn, things that I'd picked up on my own but were not really correct technique. So my mother said, okay, maybe then, since you've made a commitment to music, maybe you need to check whether you'd like to do a master's in music. But that's only your sort of college-going hours. You also need to spend time learning all the things that you would have learned when you were 6 or 7 or 8 and which you don't know. So those rags which are taught to you, those compositions. And I said, yes. But I didn't realize that it would mean no parties, lots of sulking for not being allowed to go to the parties. Or, for example, her insisting that I do riyaz in a disciplined way. I have always been sort of impetuous, and I wake up in the middle of the night and sing. I get up in the morning and sing. I sing all the time. But there has to be a discipline that is followed also. And my mother wanted that to be implemented in my life because I think she also saw that I needed that discipline. And so my day was really, I mean, right now it sounds quite unbelievable, but I was singing for over 6-7 hours in the day because I was going to class and learning, and there were only 4 students in my class, my master's class. That meant that each time, every day, we would have to sing the rag that was being taught to us. If I didn't practice that at home, then I was going to get a rap on the knuckles anyway. So it was a lot of hard work. It was a lot of concentrated riyaz. And we were reminded always that, you know, I mean, there are some rags that come easily to you, some that don't. So when you slip up in class, you know that this is where you need to look and go back and work again. So my day was consumed with either practicing or reading theory or listening to people. I have been a crazy, manic listener all my life and continue to be so. So that's what my day would look like.
I know that when you came to the podium, Apke Sawan was playing, we all know that you're very articulate. So for all our students here, can you just tell us what you think is Indian classical music?
I just gave a keynote address. It's unfair to ask me such a difficult question again.
This is more to do with your absolute area of work.
Well, it is one of the many very complex, evolved systems of music in the world, and one that really, like any other subject, demands a kind of a surrender and immersion, and which allows you to find your own voice. I mean, you may not find it ever, but it gives you the chance to go looking for it. So it uses vocabulary and grammar that is more or less common to every student of music, but it also enables you with the idea of studying life, finding your own voice in expressing what you have found, finding your own way to express so many emotions, concepts, ideas. It's this wonderful, profound system of music.
You've been a huge success as a popular singer also.
Do I look like one? Rather unusual pop singer.
Just an observation, there are many young people who are learning classical music seriously. But why is it that generally we find that the choice is always a guitar over a sitar?
Not always, and I think...
Not always.
Not always.
Corrected, yes.
I think I've been teaching now for many decades also, and I find students flocking to every teacher, every guru, from different parts of the country and indeed from different parts of the world. I think the desire to learn is intense, the talent is enormous. What I think is lacking is for society to give them the reassurance that they need. We are giving very strange messages. The messages that we are giving today are that if you learn classical music, you can sing anything, which is not correct.
Right.
There's no way you can sing everything.
Right.
No system is complete. So this is completely false. Then the student comes to learn only because they feel they can sing other forms of music. They feel recognition, reassurance, a fan following, all of which are important, will come only through popular music, and also a decent livelihood will only come through popular music. And we have proved this time and again. What are we paying artists today? Particularly those who are doing traditional music. I must remind you all that fortunately for me, I have friends in all forms of music. And it was heartbreaking for me and my husband Anish, who's also a musician, to see that during the lockdown, many of our musician friends, absolutely brilliant musicians and artists, who sang at small shrines in the interior parts of India, were left with absolutely no means of livelihood. Many of them, even after the lockdown, have chosen to give up music and to enroll in schemes like Manrega, for example, to be able to get some money to feed their families. So, particularly with traditional music, this problem of it being very difficult to earn a decent livelihood through being committed to performance alone, it exists. We have to acknowledge it, and we have to review the situation and do something about it.
Yeah, at this point, I'd like to mention that during the lockdown, Shubha and 5 other people got together and created a fund which helped 137 artist families get a kind of corpus for 6 months of living, basically.
Yes. We did realize very early during the lockdown, in March 2020 itself, my 5 friends and I felt that this was not something that was going away in a hurry. And we thought that it would be really like a calamity for many of the artists we knew. So we decided to start a crowdfunding effort where we thought we would send a small amount of money every month for 6 months to 100 families. We targeted for collecting enough money for 100 families. But we were so moved and touched by the response from everyone. I mean, there were star musicians, there were students of music, everyone really pitched in. And we got more money than we had thought of collecting. And so we were able to help 137 families instead of 100, but just through this crowdfunding effort.
Okay. So the theme of our conference, as you know, is inequality, endurance, and innovation. How would you like to contextualize that as a musician today, and as a woman musician also?
That's a great question. And given the context of what we are experiencing these days, I think the inequalities and hierarchies are there quite starkly for everyone to see. For example, the revered Guru Shishya Parampara, which of course I have also learnt in. I've had the good fortune to learn in both the Guru Shishya Parampara as well as the institutionalized way of learning. But I do feel that in the former, the balance of power is completely skewed, and we place the Guru on a pedestal. We are advised to do so, and we are in fact encouraged to do so. Just for example, the fact that one of the things that all students of music do, I do it still, when I see a senior musician, I dive for their feet and touch their feet. Does that dive signify that I respect them? If I had a backache and I couldn't actually touch their feet, would it mean that I don't respect them? That's not true. I mean, I do respect them or I don't respect them. But the idea of placing human beings on pedestals and letting them take over in ways that perhaps don't allow you to be yourself, I think that's a dangerous situation. The student is very often very vulnerable, and we have seen in the last few years anybody who has had the courage to share their unfortunate experiences has been derided. And everybody asks, particularly if it's a woman, why are these women raising their voices after so many years? I mean, it took them so many years. Isn't the answer apparent? It took them so many years to get the courage to do so. That means you were at fault. You didn't give them the sensitive hearing that they should have got. I'm not commenting on any case because I don't have the facts, and who am I to sit in judgment? What I can sit in judgment as a student of music is the fact that revered artists have taken advantage of their positions of power, and we are being silent. We are not giving the sensitive support that we should to people who are coming out in the public and sharing their experiences. The degree of anonymity that is accorded both to the complainant and to the person who is accused actually ends up in the accused thinking that nothing is going to happen. If a case is filed, it's going to take another 2-3 decades for it to reach anywhere. In the meantime, I can continue to live my life, free of any worry. I will be invited. I'll even be invited on Women's Day to perform. It has happened, huh? I'm not cooking this up. That people accused of such heinous exploitation have been asked to perform and be chief guests at events celebrating Women's Day. So I think we've all, and I blame myself too, I've also been walking on eggshells and saying that, how can I talk about this case? How can I say anything? As somebody who's been around as a student of music for 4 decades and more, I should not be doing this. And that's why a space like this, where this is even brought up and allowed to be spoken about, is special for me. I thank you for letting me be part of it.
Okay, my last question before I throw it open to the audience. Most musicians live in their own world. but you are one who has this lovely balance between living in your own world and yet taking a stand and speaking out. You've spoken about artist rights, you've spoken about health insurance for artists, you've spoken about copyright, you've spoken about many things. How do you manage to wear so many hats? And here I'd like to also talk about a particular incident where you spoke up about the issue of copyright and artists, and how lawyers, I'm particularly speaking about it in this university because there are many budding lawyers here, that how lawyers can help with copyright. But you spoke up because there was a panel which had lawyers and people in trade, but there was no artist on that panel.
Yes.
I want you to speak about that.
Well, you know, I mean, particularly for people studying the traditional arts or like Hindustani classical music, our training teaches us many things, but what it does not teach us about is the business of music, the business of copyright, etc. So we're, at best, the way we are taught copyright is that when we're learning a composition, the guru says, this is made by so-and-so great person, so when you go on stage, make sure you mention that this is by so-and-so, and make a gesture which is one of reverence. So somebody, you know, does a namaskar, or somebody does this and touches their ear to denote a great sense of respect for the person, for the composer. But that's it. There is no seeking of a license to sing that particular composition. There is no payment of a royalty for singing that composition. So we're really babes in the woods when it comes to the business of music, and nothing much has been done about this. I've learned a little about it because, I mean, there have been bitter lessons when I've gotten into trouble over copyright, and I was greatly helped by lawyers who explained many things to me. But I find it always makes me a little restless and even a little angry, I have to confess, when I see that an industry conference is taking place and everybody else is represented, but never a musician or an artist, never a composer. And if at all a composer is included or an artist is included, it must be from the world of popular music, which is big business. But in India, we have too many different kinds. The diversity is just enormous. You cannot use the same standards for every form of music. A lot of music is traditional knowledge, community knowledge, and how to acknowledge the community, how to bring to them the benefits of the business of music is something that needs to be discussed by them, particularly the communities that own those treasures. How can they be ignored completely as if they didn't exist? And that always makes me very restless and makes me write one of those slightly angry columns that you've possibly read.
No, in fact, I had asked a lawyer who was on that panel, which you had spoken about, and he said, no, the artist doesn't understand the law behind it. So there you are. Anyway, I'm sure there'll be lots of people here wanting to ask questions of Shubha. Yeah. There, he had raised it.
Namaskar, Professor. Your words are truly inspiring to all of us. I would like to ask that it is important to be it is important in the current world to be good as it is to sound good, but how does it impact in today's music world?
little confused. Can you explain that a little more, your question?
Yes. So, like, it is important to sound good as well, like when we look good too.
I think what he's trying to
Oh, you're saying the image
Yes.
thing is
Music
very
music
important.
yes, yes.
Music is important, but the image is
Yeah.
also important.
Mm.
Indeed, it is absolutely. But, you know, for somebody like me, what could I do to make my image, you know, fit into the current accepted mode, you know? I mean, okay, even if I starved for 10 years, I don't think I could achieve the zero size. I think it's important for me, but this is entirely my opinion. I respect the opinion of anybody who disagrees also. For me, I feel it's important to be myself, whether it's the image or whether it's the music. I don't want to do anything which I'm, you know, apologizing about or being abashed about. So you want me to sing an Apke Savan, I'll come sing like I am, you know. You don't like it, don't call me. And I can always sing it at home, you know. I don't need to sing it before. I can still go crazy and sing it at home. That's my philosophy about this. But yes, I love seeing so many of our gorgeous looking singers and artists in music videos, and I just sit there and say, wow, I mean, this is so good. So they sound good and they look great, and they're sort of skiing down the Alps and all that, which I know I would break my leg in about two seconds if I did. So that's my take on it.
Thank you so
I
much.
remember I had sent you a message saying that, Shubha, I need a chota photo of yours. You said, no, I don't have a chota photo, I have a mota photo. Swati wanted to.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for speaking up about sexual harassment. Within the art world, I think it's very important that we say it as often as it takes. My question is on caste. So you mentioned that as one of the social contradictions that we are living with, and you also mentioned how so much of classical training is passed down in families, in communities. So what can we do to open it up to those who have traditionally been, to those to whom it hasn't been traditionally open, particularly, caste-based barriers to entry in the art world or the classical world. And the second question is, and thank you, Priya, for asking her what a day in Shubha Mudgal's life was like as a student. Many of our students who are about to graduate, they're thinking about, they have a conviction, they want to do something. And then there is this business of, is it practical? Will I be able to make a living? Often we have a conviction, but that conviction is very fragile. So you had in your mother someone who supported you and gave you this, or was a tyrant when she needed to be. For those of us or our students who don't have that support, what do you recommend? How can one cultivate a community where this fragile conviction can sustain? Any thoughts on that?
Well, to your first question about how to make a training in music available to everybody and performance opportunities also available for everyone. Currently, I would have to say that there is the possibility for anyone. I mean, look, I'm not from a family of musicians. My husband is not from a family of musicians. We are first-generation musicians. Several other of our colleagues are also first-generation musicians. So the idea of having to be part of a khandan of musicians that ceiling has been broken. And you can learn both in the Guru Shishya Parampara or in an institution, and now even on online formats, you can get a fairly good training. It's available for everybody. However, I think where the problem lies is in the deep-rooted parochial beliefs that Indian society still maintains. You will find, therefore, a lot of people, a lot of very good artists performing only in the region that they come from. So they will only be invited by, let's say, Maharashtra and Bengal, for example, are two states where there is a massive population of both artists, teachers, and students. Very good. But they will only be invited within that circle very often, not in other parts of the country. Now, whether that is because of a practical problem, because calling somebody from another distant area may involve more funds, which small organizations might not have. But it's also that within the circle of, within the ecosystem of music, this idea of calling people from your own community, from your own region, and also from your own gharana, not just from your own gharana, but from the branch of gharana, of a particular gharana that you're studying. Those orthodox ideas are still there, and they're part of Indian society as well. So I think those things are not going to be easy to change until people say that, no, if I'm a festival curator, I will call people from across India. I will look at representation of women as well. I would say we should also look at representation of musicians from the transgender community. That's a community that has been associated with music, but we never give them the respect that we would give an artist. We in fact laugh at them or try to somehow pay them off and send them off when they come to our homes. So I think those things, those are decisions which individuals will have to take, and we will have to talk about it to students so that they are aware of this issue. And when they come into a position of power where they can make a difference, they think about these issues. But it's not going to be easy, neither is it going to be quick. So that's the answer to the first question that you asked. And the second was about
how do you sustain a conviction without, say, a supportive family?
You know, I think the conviction, I certainly feel that if I were asked, would I do this had my mother not been so supportive, had my father not been supportive, and also my family to date has provided unconditional support in many ways, which I'm grateful for. If an artist doesn't have that backing, that support, then yes, it is very difficult. But at the same time, currently I'm seeing mass sacking of employees from the biggest groups, the corporate groups. So your jobs, even in those spaces which were considered safe, are no longer safe. You might as well just be happy and sing and play. But yes, it is a tough question, and I don't mean to be flippant or frivolous about it.
Any more questions? Yeah, okay. Sufi.
Hello. Firstly, your keynote was very inspiring, especially how you questioned radicalism and you said, are we really ready, and how we're regressing, in fact, in a so-called liberal world. So just out of curiosity, how did your first collaboration with a Western musician come about, and what's the backstory of that? Would just like to know.
One of my first collaborations with a musician who was not from India was with a jazz pianist called Nicky Yo from the United Kingdom. And the British Council was celebrating, I think it was 50 years of India's independence. And they were bringing in artists from the United Kingdom and asking them to collaborate with artists from India. And we got only these 2 very special days to meet each other. And when I went to the hotel where Nikki was staying, and I thought to myself, what if she just takes a look at me and decides, walks out and says, no, this is not for me. What do I do then? And it was quite wonderful, because even though we didn't have time to create a joint collaborative repertoire, but there was something wonderful about the way she approached our collaboration. And all of us, that's me and the accompanying musicians, tabla player, a sarangi player with me, all of us wanted to ask each other about so many things. How do you elaborate and improvise in jazz? Give us a few exercises. And Nikki and her ensemble also asked us similar questions. And that really, once you sit down to make music, I think the ice is broken very easily. And it was a lovely warmth, that I experienced. And we didn't try and say that, we're doing something terribly new. What we decided was that in this small amount of time available to us, which was also in the presence of observers, where we can't really sort of let ourselves go completely, we decided that she would perform for a short while, let's say 20 minutes, her own repertoire. I would perform for 20 minutes what I normally perform. And then we would come together for half an hour to perform two pieces suggested or initiated by each other. And that really worked, and I wish we had had more opportunities to collaborate.
Hi, ma'am. We have actually been fans of your voice for a very long time, and some of us sitting here were talking about a particular song that you sung, which is Nano Ki Bhasha. So it is actually a philosophical song, and while it is sung from a woman's perspective, but it's also learning for men generally, because men are also not very expressive at times, but here it is speaking with your eyes, and you need to make sure that you understand where it is going. So what is the backstory about this particular song, and if possible, please sing 2 lines of this song. This is like my favorite for a very long time.
Interestingly, it was written by a man and composed by a man as well. So obviously those guys knew their Nano Ki Bhasha very well. But I think, yes, of course, we know everybody, and I don't think it's gender specific. I mean, it's gesture, glance, all of these are very communicative and can communicate in many ways far better than when you're using words. But yes, this was written for the album Apke Sawan, and I remember when I was recording it, Shantanu Moitra, the music director, who's a good friend, I asked him, I said, what's your brief? How do you want me to sing this song? So he said, what do you mean brief? I said, well, give me an idea of what kind of feel you want for it. Should I make it sort of very intimate and very husky, and what kind of projection? He said, don't give the Apke Sawan projection. Huh? And so I think he was worried that I might blast out Nano Ki Bhasha. But it goes something like this. Sikho na Nano Ki Bhasha piya, keh rahi तुमसे ये खामोशियाँ सीखो ना पिया हाँ लब तो ना खोलूंगी मैं समझो दिल की बोली सीखो ना नैनों की भाषा पिया हाँ हाँ. Thank you.
Any more questions?
First, I would like to say thank you, ma'am, for being here. We are honored by your presence. As a person who wants to preserve culture, what are your viewpoints on these constant remixes which are created on olden time songs? Do you feel that our generation sort of lacks that originality of creating new songs?
No, I don't think that the present generation lacks originality. But I also I'm not particularly fond of the word preserve, because it almost connotes a kind of a, capturing in time and not, it doesn't really give me the impression of a living tradition. It gives me the impression of something that has been preserved in a museum which does important work. But I think these traditions of music that we hope to keep alive are basically living traditions, and they will change with time. If they were stagnant, if they did not change, if they were written in stone, then they wouldn't be living traditions. So change has been a part of every kind of music that we call traditional music. But at the same time, since you've mentioned remixes, I think there is no harm in making a remix or making a reinterpretation of a classic song or a song that you like, provided the original creators are also acknowledged and their wishes as artists are also kept in mind. When you hear a song made by, let's say, Khayyam Sahab decades ago, and you now have no mention of Khayyam Sahab or the lyricist, and it's called traditional. I mean, what tradition? It was written just maybe 25 years ago. So I think when you have a record of all of that, I find it difficult to accept a complete negation or ignoring of the original creators. I would love to be part of a remix and say it was originally created by so-and-so, sung by so-and-so, and I'm delighted to get the opportunity to sing it so many years later. That's what I would do, but I'm sure other people have other solutions as well.
Another question?
I'm so sorry, we are just running a little behind time. So would it be possible, we are also having Shubhaji for a little while after this. So any other questions that we have, we can possibly come to Shubhaji herself.
Personally, yeah.
We'll be meeting outside for tea and refreshments. So that would be a good time to catch up. Yes, thank you so much. Yes, thank you, Shubhaji and Priya, for that deeply compelling and insightful discussion. To be able to critically examine the systemic structures that seem familiar and safe and yet call out sometimes entitled toxic privilege is a discomforting and courageous act itself. And we thank you, Shubhaji, for being such a stellar example of this and setting the tone not just for our conference but for future educationists and students to speak truth to power. As teachers and artists, I think all of us are striving continually towards a far more inclusive space. So with that, we thank you so much, Shubhaji, for your time and for your wise words. And I would request Dean Mudraowski to kindly felicitate Shubhaji and bring an end to our keynote. Thank you. Could we also request our academic dean, Dr. Joyini Banerjee, to join us on stage?
What a fantastic talk. Thank you so much. I think we all learned a great deal. And certainly for me, the idea of the power of music and someone who is in the public eye is so important. Also, what I appreciated is your ability to bring up a problem that I think many of us are not aware of. The recognition of people who are in the music field who never receive recognition, who never receive proper compensation, and also women, the issue of women. So I could go on, but thank you so much. I think that this has inspired us in a very profound way. And so before we present our mementos to you, Professor Gianni, do you want to say something now?
I'll just say it from here. I echo Dean Mudraowski's words. I think, it was a real example. We always talk about that the personal is political, but with Priya's very effective question and conversation, you really brought that out, that the everyday is really political. And so thank you so much. This also leads very well to our educators panel, which is up next, on how arts and aesthetics can be part of what we call an affective pedagogy, and how we can include this in the classroom. So thank you for setting the tone for it.
These mementos on the part of our Vice Chancellor as well, who unfortunately could not be here. But I hope you remember us all fondly as you are in our hearts.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We would all be congregating outside for some tea and refreshments, and then please come back. We have a very exciting educators panel lined up for you starting from 11:30. We hope to see all of you there in just about 20 minutes. Thank you.
students and teachers are not just transactional, so it's not just about grades or assignments. And while the focus on grades and narrative on effective pedagogy to convey information seem to dominate overall expectations from education, a lot more, we feel, happens in the classroom and classroom interactions. As educators, we hope to ignite the mind of students, not with just ideas and information, but also values. And emotions, I feel, play an important role in this process. As Martha Nussbaum explains, emotions look at the world, and I'm quoting from her work, emotions look at the world from the subject's own viewpoint, mapping events onto the subject's own sense of personal importance or value. Liberal education incorporates in its very ethos the idea of affective pedagogies that aim to train students with not just a perfect set of employable skills, but also, and if not more importantly, as thinking and feeling citizens of the world. In today's discussion, we will focus on aesthetics and arts as an important aspect of affective pedagogies. This follows very well from the keynote speech that we listened to this morning. And as we begin to emerge from the shadows of the pandemic, inequalities stare back at us from all spheres. How then do ideas of feeling, aesthetic, and performance challenge and change pedagogies now? So we are very excited to have a stellar panel with us here today and to reflect on these questions. And I hope all of you will join in enthusiastically, because this panel is really meant to be a platform where we exchange and share ideas. One of our speakers, Maulashri Hashmi, unfortunately could not make it today. She's unwell. But our first speaker is Mridula Koshi, who's a free library movement activist, a member of Free Libraries Libraries Network Steering Committee, and a trustee of the Community Library Project in Delhi, NCR. She feels lucky to work as a librarian and a community organizer, because every day there is a chance to work with others to create a more just world. She's also an author whose work has been recognized widely. Her collection of short stories, If It Is Sweet, won the 2009 Shakti Bhatt First Book Prize. And her first novel, Not Only the Things That Have Happened, was shortlisted for the 2013 Crossword Book Award. And her most recent book, The Bicycle Dreaming, tells the story of a waste worker community in Delhi. So over to you, Mridula, and we look forward to hear more about your work with the Community Library Project.
Hi, good morning. I'm really glad to be invited to be here and with all of you and talking about the work I've done. I'll try to make it connect to the topic at hand, and I think leave openings for you to join in and ask from the connections you make from what I say. Michael and I are part of an organization called the Community Library Project, which in turn is part of a network of similar organizations around the country. There's around 150 such organizations that are now members of the Free Libraries Network. So why are a couple of people who are just going along in their lives having to sort of wade into such a question as libraries and reading? We all read, or we might read for work or study, but we also might read for other purposes, and I'll get to that in a bit. But I don't think anyone who's reading is thinking about who else might be reading. To some extent, we're assuming that if the book is in our hand, it's because others are reading it, and that there are probably systems from which that book has come and is traveling, and we don't necessarily think when we're reading about what those systems are, or why this book and not some other book, or how this book came to be. And what happened to me as a writer, and I put some 10 years into writing, and I wrote the 3 books that were mentioned, and when I submitted my bio, I didn't even put it in there, because it's been 10 years since that last book came out. What happened in the 10 years that I was writing is I slowly woke up to the system within which I was producing this writing, and the chances of it being read or not read all seemed heavily skewed in a direction which was very market-based, and I was constantly being encouraged to enter that, whereas when I entered writing, I wasn't thinking about that at all, just as when I was a reader prior to writing, I had never thought about those things. So I want to invite everybody here to think about it with me a little bit, like what is this thing that we are doing when we read? So I tell kids in the library this all the time, or often enough, when we open a picture book and I read it, and there's a circle of 6 or 7, 6 and 7-year-olds, or 9 or even 14-year-olds sitting there, and we're reading a 20-minute story, and then interjecting in the story at times to ask ourselves what's happening in this story, not because it's a test the way it is in school, but because there's an invitation somewhere in the story to wonder what will happen next, what has already happened, does this make sense, why is the mouse chasing the cat? Oh my God, I mean, maybe if I'm the mouse, that's a really good thing for me to know that mice chase cats, at least in stories they do. So I tell children as we open that story and sit in that circle that this book is here in our hand and we're in this library, but possibly there's 1,000 more such books, or even 10,000. And at any given moment, somewhere in this world, somebody is touching this book. And that's all. That's all you would say to any 7-year-old anyway. And it does, I think, sometimes create a little bit of magic in the circle. And sometimes kids don't listen to the rest of the story because they're imagining the child in Japan or Norway or Meghalaya or Kodalur doing what they're doing, sitting in a little library in New Delhi. A little bit about the libraries. We run 3 free libraries in Delhi NCR. Together, over the last 10 years, they've gathered in around 9,000 people, a little under 9,000. And we have close to 40,000 books available across these 3 libraries. The libraries are free. And that really matters for reading. It's really the only way that we are able to read Kabir today, is because it traveled to a large extent in systems that allowed it to travel. The more the system in which reading and writing is produced depends on people paying for it, the more it becomes an exclusive system. So our libraries are free because free is a great way to keep good ideas alive. The more you invite people to participate in idea making, the more it stays alive. So these 9,000 people are reading for free. It matters to say this not only because free is important, it matters to say this because at the moment in New Delhi, the central government of India provides 3 dozen branches. Some of the branches are smaller than our tiny libraries. Even the central branch doesn't offer as good a children's collection as we do. This is the government of India in the national capital running 3 dozen libraries for upward of 21 million people. They clearly do not intend all 21 million people to come in. So they ask you to pay 100 rupees, and if you have a BPL card, 25 rupees. And they ask you to put down a 3,000 rupee security deposit. If you want the reading room, you pay 200 rupees. If you have a BPL card, you pay 100 rupees. This is definitely doing what it's supposed to do. It has nothing to do with the cost of the library. That amount of money is pretty insignificant, which is being collected, but it very effectively keeps people out. Our libraries bring people in, and they come in and read, which benefits all of you, that there are people reading who would not otherwise read. Tomorrow, as you're thinking about something and the child in Norway is thinking about something, or the adult in Norway, in your cases, is thinking about the same thing or agreeing with it or disagreeing with it, you get to be part of a richer conversation because they're included, and you are part of a richer conversation because children and adults in our library are reading. Some of the books you're reading, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, Seeing Like a Feminist, Tony Joseph, we were talking about it earlier with one of the volunteers, which is thankfully available in Hindi, Marathi, and many other languages in India. Effectively, because there are so few libraries, not just the central government, it's 3 dozen branches, but all of the rest of India too, with just the exception of a couple of pockets like Kerala. Because they're not providing these libraries, you're actually part of a very poor conversation. Because those of us in Kirki Extension that are sitting together, 9,000 strong, and reading our 40,000 books, we cannot make it as rich as it needs to be because we are such a minuscule fraction, as are you. And your minuscule fraction and our minuscule fraction isn't going to change anything about this poverty-stricken literature, culture, and thoughtless, without thinking landscape that we've found ourselves stuck in. It's time to not just read, but to think about what is producing the reading that you're reading. The last thing, reading is a socially constructed activity, which is, through its exclusion, sort of helped you to feel like this is natural. That where you're sitting right now in those chairs and where I'm sitting in this chair is just how it is. Like the sun rises and sets, so we sit in these chairs and we read these books. Reading depends on who reads. If the vast majority of people are not reading, and you're part of this poor culture that it's producing, you're also, of course, part of the culture that produced this university and the chairs you're seated in, and the limited amount of thinking that's available to you. You have to break out of it. Because if you don't, reading is what allows us to think, to hear our own voices. You won't hear your own voice. Your voice depends on other people's voices. So, yeah, I'll turn it over to Michael.
Thank you, Mridula. So our next speaker is Michael Creighton, who's a poet, a reading specialist and special educator with 25 years of classroom experience in the US and India. He's also a founding member of the Community Library project that we've been hearing about. He's also, as I mentioned, a poet, and his first book titled New Delhi Love Songs was published by Speaking Tiger in 2017. So over to you, Michael.
Well, it's great to have you all here to talk with, hopefully. I guess so we're asked to sort of reflect on questions that have to do with how we can create spaces that are more open to thinking, feeling, sharing, questioning, and thinking about maybe how art is involved in that, and maybe music and literature and all that stuff. And those are really wonderful questions, and I'm gonna look at those, but maybe with a little bit more, because I'm coming from an elementary school and middle school background, and maybe a little bit different perspective. So before we start, I would like to just say that anytime we talk about inclusive spaces, we're inclusion as a question, we're also kind of talking about the flip side, which is exclusion, right? Because anytime we worry about it, inclusion, we worry about it because somebody we know is being excluded. And anytime we talk about exclusion, we're talking about power, and that's kind of important just to kind of put on the table, I think. I mean, I think sometimes we forget when we use these words that there's a hard edge to them oftentimes. Anyway, because this is an academic setting, and maybe, you know, I thought it made sense to bring in a philosopher. I'm gonna frame my response by starting with a little bit of talking about John Dewey, who's an American educator and philosopher who lived and wrote in the last half of the 19th and the first half of the 20th century. And you know what I can't stand is when teachers talk about 21st century education, because a lot of what they're talking about, John Dewey said better 100 years ago. And it's just the sad truth. Now, there's a lot of new stuff coming out, and we're all good teachers are reading it, and right now I'm thinking a lot about how do we teach an alpha syllabary using the very best kind of new thinking about orthographic mapping and all kinds of stuff, and that's new, right? But it's not that. I mean, what underlies it is not necessarily always that new. So anyway, Dewey was known sort of in I mean, part of the reason I'm talking about him, and a big part why he's relevant here, I would just say, is that he was Ambedkar's teacher at Columbia. And a lot of why, I would argue, you can make the case that a lot of why Ambedkar, or a lot of his thinking around freedom of expression and also the importance of education has something to do with the fact that he studied with John Dewey. John Dewey I'm not saying he has solved it all, but I partly went back to him because I saw that Ambedkar cited him twice in Annihilation of Caste, and I heard about him in graduate school, and I said, I should probably read that guy. Anyway, one of the things he's known for is that he's known for the guy who explains why democracies need strong systems of public education. He argues public education should balance between passing on things that help society, like shared democratic values and just basic skills that help society work, and giving individuals a chance to express and explore unique ideas, interests, and gifts. And it's that balance is what he argues sort of animates democracies, because we need these new ideas. That's what makes us different from you know, feudal or dictatorial systems that cannot tolerate new ideas, cannot tolerate a sharing of power, right? So there is this very sort of underlying argument here that education matters for power in a democracy. It's really important. Now, that's kind of the why, I guess you could say, but Dewey has interesting things to say about the how, and they're not really all, I mean, they're kind of almost cliched. Now, he's a constructivist. And it's kind of like everybody is a constructivist, even if they don't know what that means nowadays in education, right? But essentially, like if I'm talking to you all, I mean, I would say it is the idea that, I mean, one way to look at it is that information cannot be directly deposited in students. This is what Pablo Freire calls the banking, you know, model of education. You can't just make a deposit. That in fact, all of us who learn we must construct our own meaning in our own mind every single time, always. Now, there's lots of different ways we learn, even in just how you learn how to decode words. You can say there's three, I'm not going to tell you what they are, but there's 3 or 4 different kinds of learning that happen. They're all different, but they all involve an act of creation and recreation, you could say. So that's important. I mean, I think you would say that learning is best through experiences and interests, interesting things that are relevant to us, because we construct this new knowledge, this new thinking on the thinking we already have. That's not controversial either. Now, what does that say about how we build inclusive spaces, right? I mean, that's an interesting question. Social learning is social. So we learn about each other, from each other and with each other, right? That seems kind of makes sense. Just going to quote one thing from Dewey, and I'm going to move on. But a curriculum which acknowledges the social responsibilities of education must present situations where problems are relevant to the problems of living together, and where observation and information are calculated to develop social insight and interest. So what this means is that in order to flourish, we need more than curriculum that is designed to teach empathy, right? Democracies and good systems of education, if they want to teach, if they want to make us feel more inclusive and be more inclusive, then we need to create spaces where people actually come together from all walks of lives in situations where we can learn collectively how to confront the problems of living together. Right? Dewey is very clear about this. He says democracies cannot depend on situations where we have schools for rich people and schools for poor people that do fundamentally different things. We have to have spaces where people can come together. Right? Now, so what do those spaces look like? They look like government schools. Ideally, government schools where all kinds of people go to it. We don't have very many of those. I mean, I think that's a problem. They look like universities, and especially public universities. That's really important. And they look like free community libraries. I mean, our libraries are the most integrated places you will find in Delhi. You have people from all over the world, all kinds of people reading, and all kinds of people reading interesting stuff. Now, real quickly, I know I want to just talk a little bit about bring things down a little bit closer to earth. And one specific way society excludes people from power is by systematically excluding them from reading. Now, you might say, if you look at the statistics, that enrollment in India is rising and that the gender parity index is improving, that girls are attending school at higher rates, that rates are equal to or even exceed boys when adjusted according to their falling share of the population, which is a whole other question. But and that's true. But if you look at like what's happening in those schools, it's kind of not so good. The latest Pratham is this big organization. They run this huge survey and project every couple years where they look at reading in basic math skills in India. And their most recent finding was that not even 43% of rural 5th standard students can read at a 2nd standard level. Right? That is terrible. Like, that's terrible. That's more than half. It shouldn't take that. Right? Anyway. And we find that when we, at the Community Library Project, we do kind of universal screeners once a year where we invite kids to read with us for a minute. It's better in the cities, although after the pandemic it's really bad. There's a lot of kids who just can't read anymore. What we found was that I think we did a recent 1-minute reading kind of, we invited kids to read with us for a minute, and that helps us learn about what we need to do for our reading fluency program. It helps us recruit for it. And we found that of 180 kids, I think there were 5 that if I looked at just the number of their reading rate, that they would be meeting the standard in the United States. Now, granted, I understand that it's different in Hindi, but it's not that different, right? I mean, most of these kids are not reading at a rate that suggests that they can read fluently and that they can read easily with enough sort of cognitive energy left over to think about what they're reading, right? That's the thing. And that's in New Delhi, right? And that's pretty terrible. So I guess just to kind of wrap it up, I mean, I think there's a lot of reasons why this is happening. You can, until we deal with kind of fundamental questions of caste and gender discrimination and other things like that, you may have kids attending school, but they're going to be effectively relegated to the back of the classroom where they're not going to learn, right? And so that's a big problem. Also, I would say that we need to have better teacher training programs, more effective practices. We need to have more research about how to be more effective in teaching kids to read. I mean, I'm reading this and we don't have it. There is not the research needed about what is the most effective way to introduce kids to an alpha syllabary, and people know this. So there's no randomized trials. There's no big studies about what is, and comparing different kinds of ways of reading. We're kind of doing what we've always been doing, and it's obviously not really working very well, right? There's some good efforts. People are making good attempts. But so I would say to any academics in the room, this is something we need to be pushing for, right? What really is working? It's important that we look at those questions, and then finally we have to give kids access to books, because one thing we do know that in any code you're reading, any script you're reading anywhere in the world, you cannot become a competent reader if you don't have access to reading lots and lots of text. It's like you need to read millions of words over the course of your first 5 years of school or 6 years of school, millions. And we instead give kids a reader that has 12 stories and 6 poems in it. And they expect them to become fluent readers by the end of the year, and that's not going to work. So we need to do something about that too. Okay, sorry. I think I'm...
Thank Thank you. I think, you know, we have this course called Interdisciplinary Seminar 3, and we were talking about this briefly, where we work with local government schools and Anganwadi centers. And I see many students who are taking this course this semester. So I hope this opens up, you know, many questions around it, because that's certainly an important area to reflect upon. Our next speaker is Vikramaditya Sahai, or you may know him as Vikram, them as Vikram, I'm sorry. Vikram is a gender non-conforming writer, researcher, and vocal queer activist and independent academic based in Delhi. Currently, they are teaching at Ambedkar University in the creative writing department. They've previously been associated with University of Delhi and the Center for Law and Policy Research. They were also a consultant on a project to study non-normative sexuality and gender, housed at the Advanced Center for Women's Studies at TIS, Mumbai. Over the years, they have extensively written and spoken on a diverse array of critical themes in contemporary Indian discourses on gender and sexuality, rights and criminality, and aesthetics has been an integral part of their activism. So we look forward to hearing from you, Vikram.
Thanks for that very generous introduction, and thank you especially for all the labor that goes into organizing something like this, and for getting some of us here. And I hope that what I would offer would at least produce some kind of conversation. Just as a caveat, I am going to present a kind of diagnosis of how feeling kind of circulates in the public university classroom. Over the years, I have taught at 3 national public universities and 5 law schools. And it's really from the that kind of setting where I've taught everything from political science, gender studies, law and policy, sociology, and now currently I'm teaching a course on reading. And so it's really from actually as many classrooms as that. But I am kind of contemplating about the classroom post-pandemic in the kind of the second term of this great government. And so really I'm just going to present quick points, and they might sound slightly obtuse, so if at any point if people need me to kind of elaborate on it, I'm happy to kind of do that. Okay. As departments to study women and gender studies, social exclusion, and more generally liberal arts and social sciences in public universities suffer fund cuts, closures, surveillance, and scrutiny, their flourishing seems to be possible only in private universities like Jindal and Ashoka, where these become part of mobile curriculums which circulate under infrastructures called global, international, cutting edge, and so on. These universities, built on the outskirts of major cities, offer a spatial alienation that corresponds to a delocalization of these disciplines and their students, say with disregard to policies around reservation, etc., where uprooting is the condition of cosmopolitanism in the classroom and disciplinary training or humanist practices like empathy. Say organization of workshops and seminars where marginalized folks who are refused institutional permanence come and talk to students like you. This means the people needed to teach these courses must carry these signs of travel on themselves. Hires in these departments increasingly require degrees, preferably in white lands, thus sedimenting these disciplines as class-based projects and Savarna spaces, where at best exposure to critical conversations around caste, sex, and ability neutralize some of this structural antagonism. I'll speak about this a little more in a bit. Also know that given how unsafe this country is becoming to minorities and oppressed communities, folks who are not from these class and caste backgrounds, who manage to make it to shores abroad, are better not to find employment back in this country. The few hires amongst these marginalized communities that do happen adjacent to this scheme mostly come to become sites of overdetermination and over-identification. when not co-opted in DEI frames, diversity, equity and inclusion, to do justice to their own survivor guilt in the system and as a result of contractual precarity, because the absence of any kind of social security, pensions, etc. makes merit the only kind of insurance that you can have, overwork themselves in hope. The classroom is vested with potentiality to undo the university and its structure by careful transformative pedagogy. Classroom becomes spaces of feeling political together. These intensities make the classroom and its manifestation, the charismatic teacher, particularly susceptible to economies of betrayal and disappointment. A rather dangerous thing when student appraisal has come to matter so much. When folks from marginalized positions do become teachers, it is expected that they will do this work out of their personal and ethical commitment, irrespective of the toll and lack of compensation for developing these transformative pedagogies. Critical knowledges are no longer produced with movements outside or inside the university, but as the lonely work of upgrading and updating your syllabus. These charismatic teachers become sites of over-identification for students and administration alike, expected to perform sentimental repair for the injuries and indignities of the world outside. If affect is also a question of capacity, this capacity to be affected and effective seems strongly tilted towards Savarna students, who are also English speaking, if for no other reason than that normative structures maintain Savarna or dominant feelings. Even when Savarna students want to feel part of the project of radical transformation and resistance, traditional ideas of teacherly fairness suggest that the charismatic teacher must allow them this exploration and self-discovery, build ways for the undoing of power without the student losing their voice, capacity and confidence. When contradictions arise, whether between the teacher's own kind of ethical perspective and the student, or better between students themselves, the teacher must make room for the desire of the student to persist and endure. Historical rage must be distanced or contained. Crying and catharsis are actually encouraged. Given the afterlife of the pandemic, in the absence of retraining how to gather and sit beside one another with trust and in the spirit of fraternity, an idea that we borrow from Dr. Ambedkar, conflict between students is best outsourced to committees like the one around sexual harassment, where historical events become personal situations. This fraternity, and this is after I've been on sexual harassment committees for now 15 years, this fraternity is affective and the work it demands is overcoming, that the students must simply overcome their own personal prejudice and so on. Repair must be improvised without naming the historical hurt. This when affective capacities have actually taken a hit. In the absence of collective and institutional reckoning of the pandemic, students are always already tired, pushed too much, overworked and burnt out. We're not galvanizing hurt sentiments, that is like say being angry at some syllabus or curricula and so on and so forth. This is particular for the public university. Most days in these classrooms are unclimactic. Ennui and other what I call unaffects looming large, slowly becoming moods, threatening to become the atmosphere of the university. Affect is that which is both present and impossible to inhabit. When teaching, students are impatient to arrive at a critique symptomatically and quickly. This is what the text means. This is its problems. Not helped by the speedy pace of how semesters move, right? Like you enter the semester, then you have the first assignment, second assignment, blah, blah, blah. There is rarely ever any discussion of the pleasures of a text or even archaic things like beauty, awe, or wonder. In fact, the world is only a terrible place, and it must be done and dusted with very quickly and moved on from. Will the need to get over the world lead to a different, more livable one? I leave that as a question that I hope to hear from all of you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Vikram. That was thought-provoking indeed, and I hope there will be more questions and reflections on how we can bring in more affect in the classroom. Our final speaker on the panel is Deepak Mon, who's Associate Professor at IIHET in JGU. Institute of Higher Education and Development, in case you didn't know. He's a dairy technologist turned MBA turned educator with a PhD in innovations and management in education from IIM Ahmedabad. His current research domain is university leadership and management, and he's also deeply interested in alternative models of education, including homeschooling, unschooling, alternate schools, gap years, etc. And in sync with this, he teaches a course called Self-Designed Learning that focuses on sensitizing students about lifelong learning and how they can learn in the absence of professors and domain experts and universities as sites of learning. If this is a cross-listed course, make sure you take it at some point. So what do you, Deepak?
Thanks, Jenny. I would like to start with what Mridula said. I mean, I have had a very fair traditional journey. Like, I don't know, you guys are in a social science university. My generation, it was you either become an engineer or a doctor. And the third option, it was for the losers. And I somehow, in those years, I somehow stumbled into this college, which is called National Dairy Research Institution. And that's where it started as a very off-tangent kind of journey. Although an engineer, we called ourselves Farzi engineers, because we always had this question, it is not AICT recognized, so is it even an engineering degree? But from there, I have taken fair amount of detours in my life. And through these detours, I've reached this position where I have, when Mridula was speaking about, and I'll talk about all three of you, what you have said, and then go to what I had probably planned to speak. Importance of libraries, the kind of things that you're working on, and the question that you said, when you said importance of libraries and free libraries that you have established. I worked with government school teachers in Gujarat. A school I visited, it's a school in Gandhinagar. It's in the rural areas. The school has primarily population from Gujarati speaking families, from UP Hindi speaking families, and from Bengal. And these are mostly migrants. And in that school, there's a teacher, if I'm not wrong, Preeti Ben. She started this library in a box project. That single project where children, there were aluminium boxes because these children were given these boxes and there were mouse rats at home. They would not just cut these books. This school, when Michael talked about ASA report and where 8th graders are reading at 5th grade or 3rd grade level, in this school 3rd graders are reading at 8th grade level. It's just because they have access to these books. They are given this box for a month, and then they can take another box with a totally different set of books, and books are freely available. That's the power of giving that freedom to the children to have access to that knowledge. Again, Michael talked about John Dewey and the 21st century education. I quit my corporate career, and one of the first books that I came across was Gijubhai Badheka's Divaswapna. It's a very thin book. I got this book from Arvind Gupta, who is a pioneer in making children's toys. And it's a beautiful book. While reading this book, it was written somewhere in 1930s, 1940s. And the first thought that came to my mind was, damn, this is the exact same thing. 21st century skills. I was imagining an IB school in 2012, 2013, teaching in a way in which Gijubhai Badheka had already written in 1930s and 40s. That's the beauty of how ideas recycle. So, and Vikram has talked about the critical conversations and classrooms as spaces of feeling together. You guys do a lot of textual reading. Now I need a volunteer here. Any volunteers from the students? I've got a sample. I've got a drink for you guys. Any volunteers want to try a drink? Want to come? So I knew the schedule. I didn't know who is going to be the Bakra or Bakri. Just come. This is a sample from Delhi.
You want to just jump up?
Yeah, come.
What's your name? Naman. Hi, Naman.
Hi, Naman. Does this look okay? It's water from the tap.
Oh, no.
Do you want to take the risk? You can. We have JGU Health Services.
I'm given that thing, don't. Not after the pandemic.
It's okay. I know it's difficult. And from there, can you see this?
It's not the light of the screen.
It's looks yellow. Thanks, Naman. I had to hold this glass of water. It was 46, 47 degrees Celsius outside. I had walked from the main road to this house of a student in Kanpur. We used to work with Avanti, and in May, 46, 47 degrees Celsius, I went to his home. And since I was an educated person, we were getting these students for training them to get into the best universities in India. People who could not afford these schools, these universities, these coaching classes, basically. And I was offered just like that in a glass, transparent glass. And they said, "Sir, pani lijiye." I was like, okay. I couldn't say I was sweating. It was hot outside. I couldn't say प्यास नहीं लगी है, and I couldn't drink a sip. I couldn't, but that was the best that they had. The sample, the students that I interacted with, we went to several houses. 25 to 30% of the students, their parents or someone in immediate family either had cancer or had died from cancer. Now, why I am talking about this in terms of like the session is about aesthetics. Aesthetics is not just about beauty. For me, it's also about, Naman, how does it feel, yaar? Is there a dilemma there? Is there a confusion? Have you ever had that confusion at your home? Do you have an RO? That's the problem. We have a choice. Now, through this textured understanding, then I taught about water, the issue of quality of water in India. It moved from just being statistics to something more real, which the students could feel. We talked about the arsenic pollution. We talked about how there is a lot of diseases related to water in classroom. It's aesthetics or the alternative pedagogies, as I say. It's not just about looking at the beauty in terms of arts, etc. And I have a sample from the art also. It's about making students feel the topic. What Jain is doing, probably taking students out, getting your hands dirty, getting your students, the learners' hands dirty. That's the purpose. How do you do that? I have a friend who is an excellent poet. I asked him, Amit, how did you start writing? He said he was from a very traditional family where it was like marks, padho, go to school. That's the kind of thing. But he was not very interested. He said one day his father had a collection of books which was kept in some books. He said, I just picked a book. It was a poetry book. It was this thick. I went to, he's from Delhi, Dabra village, if you know. He went to the 4th floor of his house. He said, I went to the place where there is Tanki water tank. I woke up at 5, started reading, did not come till it was dark. I had finished that and somehow it just, my fountain of thoughts, just my brain opened up and I started writing. From a student who did not have any creative thoughts to a person who writes so well. That's the transformation. So this is the kind of opportunities probably we need to create for our students to experiment, to delve into the real world, to delve into their own interests. I don't know, half the students don't come to universities with any interest. I struggle with this in my course. I do this thing called academic project and passion project, and more than half the students will say, I don't have any passions. I don't know. So that's the beauty of our education system. Probably we need to do something better than that. So yeah, and I'll talk about this aesthetics or the emotions part in physics. Any PCM students here? Any non-medical students? Medical? You were. Is there anything emotional in physics? Did you ever get emotional about Newton's laws of motion?
I've cried in a physics class.
Wow, yeah. My first experience with physics, yeah, I did. 11th grade, first semester, mathematics, first semester exams, 12 out of 100, physics, 24 out of 100. So I did cry. But once I started teaching to these students, and there was a student, I still remember, he ended up doing his master's in robotics from somewhere in Europe, and he's doing research right now. There's another one who was quite naughty. These two students, we were discussing Newton's laws of motion, and it was about friction. And they were fighting, literally like holding the collars, and I did not intervene. I let them fight. After a while, Afzal gave this challenge, Puneet, explain it to me on the board. Go on the board and tell me, prove to me how when a wheel rotates, the friction is forward and not backward. And after 15 minutes of explanation, I still remember that sentence. Ab main isko zindagi bhar nahi bhulunga. I won't forget this concept for my life. And this is physics. So it's not about emotions like that, where in emotions and feelings, it's also about the passion that you bring. So probably that's, if we have that kind of passion, if as educators we can bring, and if as students you can bring or create that kind of passion for a subject, forget everything else. You would be undergoing, say, 6 subjects every semester. Single subject, a passion for that, and if you can take out something from that subject, that's good enough as an educator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deepak.
By the way, this is haldi. I created this, but yeah, this is the exact color. I remember that. Chemistry also? Chemistry I was fairly good.
I think in JSLH we are always talking about learning by doing. I think you just demonstrated an example of how we can bring that in. But we've had 4 very thought-provoking, insightful presentations. We'll open it up to the audience, but before that, I was just thinking about the theme of the panel, and I think we all agree that the classroom, whether at the school level or at the university level, is so structured that it doesn't often allow us the space to be more creative. And my question here, since it follows from also the keynote here, but also the theme that was put to us by the organizers, can the arts open this up? I know in JSLH, we have expressive arts as a compulsory component of our syllabus. And I think many students, including some of us, might think that, oh, I'm doing some music at some point of time, or learning about theater at some point of time. But do we, as educators, need to sort of bring in the arts, or how have you sort of brought in the arts in your classroom or your teaching or community library spaces? Have you found that the arts has enabled discussions that may not have been possible through textbooks or just talking about it? So any reflections on that would be good.
I mean, as a library, we're really in the business of literature. There is an art collective, a group of 18 and older young adults who gather because they know that while they are interested in expressing themselves through the arts or in appreciating art, they know that the possibility of doing either of those things is extremely limited to them because of their caste, class, gender, because of the way our society is organized. And the only way they will get to is if they push together, so hence the arts collective. But literature, to the extent that it offers the same opportunity that many of the other arts do, which is the opportunity to think, does put us in the situation of being in someone else's shoes, does allow us to, you don't have to go to somebody's house to get their glass of water. You already know, you live in this society, that there is bad drinking water and people get sick from it, and there is a higher mortality rate for infants, for people of all ages in some classes and castes as opposed to others. So really, I mean, what would the arts do in that situation to texture that further? I think until you address the structure, I'm not saying you have to do one and then the other. I think we can try all sorts of strategies and have many balls up in the air at the same time. But unless you're addressing the structure, you are impoverished. I mean, in our library, when we do read aloud, sometimes we run into a book about poor kids. And the majority of children sitting in the read aloud are poor. They may qualify for that BPL 25 rupee card at the Delhi Public Library. And the kids are uncomfortable when we read those stories, which are very clearly written for middle or upper class children, to feel empathy or sympathy or both, or to feel something. So if the entire purpose of any exercise in education is that you feel, all that it will do for you is confirm that you feel. It will not change anything about the poverty of the literature you inherit, or the trade-off of the nice chair you're sitting in versus the equal society in which you have a richer experience of the arts or culture or literature or relationships with your neighbors or democracy. So I personally do not think you can just simply bring in arts as part of the pedagogy or bring in any sort of texture to your learning or teaching absent a simultaneous engagement in the politics of power distribution. So hopefully your education includes some engagement somewhere with the practices that might allow you to free yourself from the simultaneous constraints that you're operating under. When I talk about, like where the project of empathy, Kabir or anybody else gets stunted because it's presented in a certain, Vikram, what you talked about in the classroom, where there is the charismatic teacher and then the betrayal. And so often I think that kind of emotional engagement in a classroom, the cathartic nature of it, is just a perpetuation of your own poverty. You're stuck until you unstick yourself. I don't think the arts can get you there. I think you have to have politics to get there. Arts is good.
Well, I'm going to be quick, but I would push a little bit and say I think that depending on the context, arts is political, and I would just say that but it kind of depends on the context. I mean, what we would say, I would say that we do, like, I do poetry workshops sometimes at places like this, not this place, but sometimes I do I come to universities, do poetry workshops, and then sometimes I do them at the Community Library Project, and it kind of is powerful to think that anybody can write poetry, and when we bring in poets or musicians, and we've done this, the pandemic slowed us down a lot, but we've had Akhil Katyal come to a packed house at the Community Library Project, 200 people like crammed in. And we had Manglesh Dabral come, and again to a packed house. Arts can be powerful because when you, in that context, what we're saying and what we're showing, all of us together, is that, guess what? Working class people will come to listen to poetry. And if you go to Habitat Center or IIC and you think, oh, well, we're drinking this wine and we're watching this poetry and it's really great, and other people, I'm sure they just wouldn't really appreciate it, right? But in fact, you know what? They actually really would, but they don't feel like they can come in the door. Even if there's not a guard saying you can't come in the door, everybody knows you can't come in the door. And we have to go out there in the community and invite people, and guess what? They come. It's kind of, and when that actually, by the way, that sort of is where I realized in a new way about what these barriers actually are. It's how hard it was to bring those down, but then actually seeing them brought down and seeing that we have a mixed audience. We bring in good enough artists that we have, of that crowd of 150 people, there's going to be 30, 40 people who know that Manglesh Dabral is a really important poet, or Akhil Katyal is somebody you'll go anywhere to see. Right? But the rest of them are working class people in the neighborhood. That's pretty powerful. The Arts Collective is a pretty powerful thing, I would say. So I think it's powerful because the arts, the program started, our WhatsApp channel and also our kind of initiative there is Duniya Sabki. Because Sahitya Sabki, Duniya Sabki. Like this is our collective project, literature is, and arts are a collective project, and they're not owned by particularly anybody. And I'm going to turn it over. I want to hear what everybody else has to say, but I just wanted to read one thing about this flipping the thing. William Carlos Williams, I know you guys are there's a lot of people here who are liberal arts folks, but William Carlos Williams is one of my favorite poets. He was a doctor, right? And also, I don't know what that says except for that we want more people studying more things, and so this kind of the fact we shouldn't. I think the tracking into like people, I can only think about this or that is kind of a real shame. And I just want to read. I mean, this is a book I'm reading with the teachers at the library. It's a kind of a really sort of some basic educational ideas, how the mind works, as well as other stuff in a simple way, I don't usually go in for kind of the brain research stuff. Well, that's a longer discussion, but this is pretty funny. A part of the brain region called the medial orbitofrontal cortex, or MOFC, consistently lights up when mathematicians' brains are scanned while viewing equations that they find beautiful. The amount of activity increases when they find the equation more beautiful. So what we think about aesthetics is something we need to be a little bit open to, right? Because if you teach math right, it's really beautiful, right? And kids also see this when they see like 1/2 is like the same as 4/8, or that, it's the same as 30 minutes, or 20 minutes is the same as 1/3. That's pretty cool for a 5th grader, right? That you can name a third in like 5 different ways, and one of them might be 4 eggs out of a dozen. That's really kind of fun, right? Anyway.
Just to kind of think about, one is these barriers, because we are sitting in a time where yesterday an Adivasi woman was denied entry into a cinema hall irrespective of the fact that she had a ticket. right? And so even when you do have the resources, it's not enough. It's not just enough. I think that conversation needs to go beyond access. I don't think the conversation about equality and freedom is simply about entry. Or even just about, I think even when books travel, I don't think it's simply the fact that they are made available. If someone gives you the permission to read them, if someone makes that an exciting venture, it's a whole world. My favorite black feminist, Toni Gate Barambra, has this stunning book that begins with an epigraph, or actually a dedication, in which she says, this book is dedicated to my mother. I'm paraphrasing really badly. I don't have her skill. But this book is dedicated to my mother, who swept around me when I daydreamed by the window. I think it's the most kind of stunning thing that people do to make reading or any kind of engagement actually possible, including with dreams. And I think it's really important to kind of have that conversation. And then the first thing that I think that we really need to kind of challenge ourselves, especially as teachers, and those of us who might be in the room, is the imagination that the work in the classroom is of an addition. That is, that we bring something to the classroom, and there is a kind of almost, we wouldn't agree calling this, but the practical framework of the classroom is the imagination that the student is there to receive. There's an absorbing tabula rasa, right? And I don't think that's really the case, and I don't particularly think that's the case after the mountain of grief that we're sitting on post the pandemic. Where conversations about disability, grief, etc. have been tided over in order to come to the classroom. But that doesn't mean that the grief doesn't kind of sit somewhere. And so I think that one of the things we really have to challenge ourselves to kind of thinking is what does the student want, right? And I increasingly in the post-pandemic classroom, I am not sure. Because I don't think that the student that I'm addressing, and especially now that in Ambedkar University now, I taught in Ambedkar University in 2015, and I'm now teaching in 2023. The student body is remarkably different in terms of class and caste, right? There is a lot more kind of upwardly mobile kind of space there. These students don't necessarily, a lot of them are not first generation learners. And so on and so forth, which is very different from, say, a Delhi university and so on. So I don't really know what they want from the classroom, because a lot of the things that at least I'm teaching an Ambedkar University student, they already know from Instagram. There's nothing I need to teach them, right? Like they know perhaps more than me, and I have no, this is not some humility or whatever. This is really basic fact. Students nowadays know more about the world than I do, where I kind of shut off the world at some point. And I think that really, how does one kind of account for this kind of proliferation of information that is present, and this kind of noise, etc., while also kind of participating in ideas of pedagogy and degree, right? Like a degree is supposed to mean some kind of disciplinary training. And so we must offer every student, say, X or Y skill. We say, okay, an MA in English literature means that you should know X, Y, Z, but the student doesn't necessarily need that. The student needs something else. So I think there's a mismatch, especially between what I see in the classroom and that. The second is that a lot of students, our kind of critical thinking or thinking about power, etc., in classrooms is really about reading subjects for what they really want to tell us. And so we have a very difficult time. I can't tell you, I'm currently teaching a course on reading. It's called Ways of Reading. And I can't tell enough how impatient students are to arrive at meaning. There's almost like, like before the sentence has finished, they want to know what does this allegory stand for? How do I translate this into a political critique? How do I speak, like, okay, so this is a white man, so let me kind of pinpoint the many racist imaginaries that kind of proliferate through the text. And no one is saying that work is not useful, but it comes at the cost of kind of looking at sentences closely, kind of paying attention to to form, giving yourself the permission to sway with the text and so on and so forth, to say honestly that I enjoyed this. I literally never hear the word enjoy, right? Like, and especially I know this because, like I said, my students are burnt out. So I give them Netflix shows to watch, and we say, okay, we'll come and watch, we'll talk about this tomorrow. But if it's on the course, they're not watching it, right? They'll spend their time, if they'll otherwise watch Great Indian Kitchen, but as soon as I put it on a course, they just don't have the time for it, right? And there is something about the psychic life of the university and its demand from the student that is burning them out, and that what it's burning out is the inability to stay in the present and in the classroom. And the final way in which I think this inability to stay ties with the arts, I think, is that I think the lot of humanities and social sciences and liberal arts and the kinds of courses I teach are about, in some sense, informing students that there is wrong in the world. And that's very useful. And I value the people who do that. But the thing that when wrong is pointed out is that no one knows what to do with the discomfort of being the wrongdoer. Not that the wrong is happening in a village 3,000 miles away, but when caste conflict emerges in the class, and you have to account for the fact that as a Savarna person, you are not your parents have in their nasty WhatsApp groups. You are sitting where you are precisely on a heap of oppression, right? And so how do you feel that oppression? How do you feel yourself as an oppressor, right? And that then quickly becomes policing or call-out culture and so on. But as more and more of the students who are doing social sciences and humanities come from these kinds of privileged backgrounds, we don't want them to know that there is caste oppression. We want them to know that they are caste oppressors. We want, when in a conversation between men and women or whatever, we want men to be able to account for the ways in which they are living in the world, which doesn't mean a guilt trip, which doesn't necessarily mean any of those kinds of things, but really the ability to sit with one's own kind of position. And that's an aesthetic demand. Because it is to enter, like how do we make the oppressor not as some kind of criminal punishable category, but actually as the lived category of access and mobility. And it might even be the only condition of possibility for very marginalized groups. So instead of being angry at Dalit millionaires, right, like what do I do about wealth in my own family, right, and so on and so forth. So I feel like the conversation I really struggle with, and I'm on many committees to deal with this, but the one I struggle with is how do you feel, and I'm a Savarna person myself, how do I feel as a Savarna person? What does Savarna-ness mean to me, right? And it simply can't be disavowed, because it's a real thing that allows for you to exist in the world, especially in these times under this government. So that's my kind of thoughts about the present.
Okay, the question was about arts in classroom. How do we bring arts in classroom? And I have as a teacher, I mean, I completely agree with the kind of dichotomies or the disagreements we see in the classroom and the struggles that are there. And then the kind of students that you're talking about, I teach at this university. We understand our privilege. As students' privilege, there is no denying the fact that it is a very different kind of institution which does not allow people from a lot of sections of society to come in. Now in that, how do I make peace with myself and what do I see as my purpose? Anyone who has a young cousin or niece or nephew who so when we start with teaching Hindi, we start with a se क्यों अ से अदरक क्यों नहीं अ से अचार क्यों नहीं? You bring in diverse examples. I have 2 kids. That's what I have been trying to do with all the words, with them. I just give a miss to everything that is there, se anar, a se am, and I try to go beyond that. That's one. Two, I think in my classrooms, I teach courses which are at business school. I teach courses on communication. And in a communication course last week, we see, I teach charismatic speakers, aise karte hain, they do like this is the stage presence, and this is how you move your hands, right? This is what we teach. And my sample video, the first video in last week's class was Stephen Hawking's moving inside his classroom on that stage, and when he enters, it's like da 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 da. The clappings did not stop for 2-3 minutes. He is anti to everything that I teach in class as a powerful speaker, but people listen to him with rapt attention. That's a counter example, giving that space to children, to students, to see that, okay, if you are not that kind of wow presence, still you can make an impact, right? That's one. Two, in my classes on communication, I make my students listen to Pash. सबसे खतरनाक होता है सपनों का मर जाना. It's not business communication as such. There's nothing like business. But then I, in my own way, try to bring the question about the discrimination, the problems of society. And the students have never complained, even the privileged ones that I teach. The third, I think, is the movies, clippings from movies. We discussed that. I am a person, in terms of arts myself, the best grade that I could get in a drawing was C in 6th grade, because the question was draw a cartoon, and on my neighbor's geometry box there was this Mickey Mouse which I copied. So that's the status of my own thinking about how I could draw or I could do art. So I don't do much in that sense, but yes, I have developed appreciation for music, for movies. I do bring in those pieces, especially pieces which ask uncomfortable questions. In fact, from journalism, I pick clips from elections and where people talk about society and all that stuff. And we have discussions about that. So this is my limited way of bringing in all those diverse elements into the classroom. And how do, now, as Vikram is saying, we need to change society. We need to continuously, as faculty, engage and try to change society. Now that is my role as a researcher, as a person who is a member in society, and it's a lifelong effort. But then there is a limitation that I'm teaching a course to you guys. This is for 4.5 months, and it is going to get over. You may never want to see me if I'm a bad teacher. And if I make some connect with some of you, you may want to come back to me, talk to me, and there are some teachers who have had that impact on me that I'm still, after 8 years, 10 years, I go back, talk to them and have those conversations. So these two roles, where I as a researcher, I as a person who is a faculty member in a university, I can carry this long-term project of changing the society, being part of these communities and discussions, etc. But I have to deliver practically on that 4-month project of making students learn something. Those examples in the classroom, I got into education with just one simple idea. Every year I will be getting in touch with, in close contact with, in my classes with around, say, 150, 200 students. And I don't have this huge aspiration that I will change something big. My only success parameter is if after 5, 7, 10 years, from each of the year, even if one student's life path I could alter and they could move away from the mainstream path of earning money and doing something meaningful in life, I am a success. That's my parameter. So I have these understandings of how do you get arts into the classroom. I am not very artistic person. I borrow art from others. How do I work with these disagreements in society and etc etc. So there is this my personal agenda where I'm trying to change things in a longer perspective, but then I also try to engage with the students in limited capacity given the kind of courses that I teach. So that's how I do it.
Thank you very much, everyone. I think when I meant the arts, I meant it in a very broad sense, and I think all your responses sort of brought out this diverse viewpoint from Ridula's point of, we don't need arts, it has to be, we have to be aware of the ground politics, to, how we can use the arts for other political aims as well. But I think what I took away from all your points is the need to be self-reflexive, and how to create a classroom space that includes this, not just as creating awareness, but also perhaps pushing students to take actions once they graduate and move on. I think we've gone over time a bit, but I think we can take a few questions, about 5 minutes. So if there are any questions, did you have a question? No. Please feel free to ask. Swati?
We have more than one mic.
Thank you. I have a very specific question, and this is for Vikram. I think you rightly said that there is space for catharsis and crying, but not enough for rage, and particularly in the post-pandemic context. Can you give us an example of maybe having held a space for rage in the last maybe 2 semesters you've been? Is there a way, our own rage as teachers, not just the charismatic teachers, but also confused what is one's relevance today as one enters the classroom. We have all lost someone dear to us. Just an example maybe of what that might look like in a classroom.
Let's have a few questions collected together. Yes? Yes.
Try this one.
Yeah, is it working? Yeah, my question is also for Vikram. You mentioned, while you were talking, you mentioned that burnout in college students does not give us a place to come in the classroom and actually enjoy what we're studying. So could you talk about some things that you do in your classroom to sort of avoid that burnout in your students?
I came with problems, I didn't have solutions. But are there, no, but I'm just wondering if there are more questions for other people also. So, no! Oh, there! Wow. It's a workout.
Volunteer of the conference.
No? Okay, this one. They're just making you work.
Okay. My question is also to you, Vikram. It's not a question. I basically want a more explanation upon the part where you were talking about the oppressor and the oppressed.
And I want a bit more explanation and elaboration where you were saying that we don't need to punish the oppressor, but we need to make them aware of it. How would you do that? I would really, because you said that yourself, you have been in committees talking about these situations, and I want to know it myself because obviously in a university, this social, it's very much been talked about, and we create these safe spaces to be talked upon with these topics. So please, would you give me a bit more explanation upon that?
That are not committee based, right? And I've been on committees because I do believe in them. I think there should be committees and so on and so forth. But I also feel like this kind of outsourcing of all hurt to these kinds of spaces is absolutely wrong. And also, on the other hand, I am deeply committed to an anti-carceral politics, and so I really also don't think that. I also think that in smaller ways in which we perform carcerality, say by call-out culture and so on and so forth, are things we need to figure out. But one of the reasons why I really struggle with what I'm calling is precisely because often I can sense the freezing of the person who is being held accountable. And what that freezing then does is that the energies of the room then go into doing the work of thawing them and providing for them, and the hurt and the injury kind of is moved away from, right? And so it even when the oppressor is kind of or the person who's hurt someone or harmed someone is held accountable for, there's a certain way in which, and like I said, normative structures uphold Savarna feelings, is that the feelings of the room then go into making them feel like they're not being attacked, right? And so the energy that is supposed to be devoted to this kind of collective repair, etc., are then kind of quickly kind of devoted to, now again, strangely the resources, energies, etc., again go back to the person who already had them, right? And so I don't know what to do, but it is happening a lot in my classrooms, because I don't think anyone wants to quote unquote cancel anyone. Also because we realize cancellation doesn't work. It simply doesn't work. People continue to get more and more jobs and rise up the ladder. It simply doesn't work, and we know the carceral system, of course, upholds marginalization. So then if these alternative forms of repair are being opened up, and the classroom is a particular space in which I want to really, I'm struggling with how do I make a space in which I can both allow for marginalized people which are rarer and rarer in universities now, marginalized people to be able to name what they're saying, to name the structure nearest to them, not name the structure back home, but name the structure or the form of hurt and harm which is nearest to them, and yet the person being named does not take it as a personal attack. And I don't think I've succeeded. What I've done is maybe created a room. I've spoken to both parties and so, but it's ad hoc. And the thing about this is that I think as a society, we grow up in families where conflict is that which you avoid, right? And so we really grow up socially in a context where we don't know what to do with conflict. Children are rushed away there, they can hear it, but they're not supposed to watch it. Or if parents are scolding you, the only thing you're supposed to say is sorry, and then someone is supposed to overcome it. And I feel like the limits of overcoming and displacement of conflict are really amongst us now. And I think part of the kind of aggravation is our inability to have conflicts about conversations about conflict. And this could be interpersonal, but this is also about movements. I've been part of some social movements. Suddenly there'll be a conflict, and you know what happens? Factions, people taking sides and so on and so forth. And movements dissipate because while we're very good, we have a grammar to call out large oppressors and large structural systems. We don't have the grammar to have conversations with our nearest ones when they harm us, right? And I think that part. I don't think it's the work of the classroom, but I think that it is it is definitely emerging in our classrooms, and we don't know what to do. And I don't think that we are either as teachers, just because I'm a lot of years older than all of you, doesn't necessarily mean that I have developed that grammar. I do also suffer the same kind of discomfort and so on and so forth. So I really struggle with this. And I think part of the humanities pedagogy has to address this, right? So that's the kind of, I'm going to be really short with the other two. Your question was about, remind me. Burnout. Oh God. No, I feel you. And the thing is that I don't think it's just you. I think your teachers are burnt out. I think your administrative staff is burnt out. And I think the return to the normal has been precisely this imagination again of our possibility of overcoming. There is a strange model of agency and sovereignty at work where individuals can, provided the right infrastructure, simply beckon it from within themselves, the largesse to show up, right? And this is part of our political campaigns where we ask people to show up, but it's also part of our classrooms where we simply have no room to do anything with your burnout. We can only wish it away, or we can ask for you to rest. So all I give my students is like, we don't have compulsory attendance. And if you feel like you want to leave the classroom in the middle, you can leave. But these are such stupid, honestly stupid ways of, and I feel really small for making them available, but it's those stupid ways. But we are also fighting this administrative body which is saying the semester must end on this date, right? And so what do? I have to grade you. I have to pass you. So I don't know how to help you. I need you to move. So that's the thing. Our models of agency are ones that even in humanities and liberal arts are about moving forward or moving backwards. And I think I need a model of agency that's about moving sideways and of staying in the bed comfortably longer, right? And that's where the thing that we had somehow found to have a conversation about and is again disappeared is disability. I think we just need to sit with disabled folks and listen to the world they want, because that's really the most democratic world for each student in the university. I don't think we really are having that conversation, as we can see from the structure of this room. And finally, your question about what to do with grief, I don't know. And rage, which is grief. But what do we do with rage? I don't really know. You know, like, but what I know is that a lot of my students feel it against me. Yeah, they are really angry. I'm supposed to be the queer trans teacher who comes to the class, dazzles them, and gives them the most radical pedagogy, and I'm supposed to do everything right, right? But I'm also the most precarious worker in the university machine, right? Universities refuse to give me a permanent contract. No university, including this one, has given me a permanent contract. They hire me for talks and seminars. They call me all the time. I literally show up at the law school every month, but I'm not given employment. Right? And so I'm in this so I know the precarity of being present in the university, but I'm also supposed to do the radical work of repairing the university as I'm inside struggling. And that is why they feel the rage, because I have to make very conservative decisions in order to show up to my next job, to make a next job possible, which will end in 3 months. And yet the demand from the student, the psychic demand from the student, is one where I make the classroom into that which the university isn't. It's kind of antithesis. It's most utopic possibility. And I feel again there is a model of agency where the teacher somehow is supposed to, in spite of contractual labor and so on and so forth, is supposed to have this kind of precarity. So I understand their rage, because they should have hope, and God, I want them to. But the fact that I'm the only vehicle for it means that I am always moving towards betrayal and disappointment. And so in the absence of a grammar of grief, betrayal and disappointment, rage becomes the most kind of dominant feature. So right now, as the course is ending, I have various students writing long emails complaining about their problems with the course. And I understand that completely. And this is bizarre, and I'll just end here. It's so tied to all of this. I had applied at a law school far away in Calcutta, at the National Law University, to teach a course. an elective course, and the university body sent me feedback on the course I had offered, saying this course is very similar to a course taught by an ex-Jindal faculty at the thing. So please change this or whatever, come back to us with a new course. So I send another course, I send an advanced version of that course. I go to the classroom and the students haven't done those readings. Because of course when my last colleague was teaching during the pandemic, it is not possible to teach the syllabus. You were grappling with a student's mental health, you were grappling with their lack of infrastructure, and you were just trying to have the most accessible conversation so they don't completely zone out, right? But I am supposed to deliver this kind of amazing course. I can't simply teach a course called Introduction to Gender. I must teach the abolition of gender, a course on blah, 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 you know? And so really it's the difference between this kind of model of higher education that is sexy, that parents are willing to fund, versus what is actually possible with the student body. And I don't think all of these bodies, that is the parent, the administration, these students and us are sitting in the same room at any point. I think that's the problem. There are no democratic institutions in universities where all these bodies come together. I think that's really where we have to start engineering, but we know that universities are very afraid of unionization.
I'm sorry.
No, why are you?
To rush all the way to no, so it's you did say you didn't have solutions, you only had, you know, questions. But this was too many questions, you know, right now, everything that you said. So surely all of this dumping of rage onto you must create your own, you know, repository of, yes. So what do you do with that? Do you sublimate it? What do you do? I hope you don't sublimate it. Or do you have to then, do you also feel pressured to give expression to it in the way that you're expected to? How does that work for you?
No, it comes out in all kinds of wrong ways. I'm sorry. It comes out like, it will come out as a snarky comment to my student. It will come out in all kinds of ways. If I don't go back at night and process it with another colleague, and I literally kind of rage out all my rage against the machine, then the next day it will show up in class, and I'm really sorry. But it does, with my best effort in mind. This is why some of my students receive a snarky comment. This is why they don't understand why they're suddenly, I'm not interested in the question they're asking, and so on and so forth. Suddenly, I'm very interested in teaching the course, and you're taking the usual diversions. It shows up in all these kinds of ways, because I am made into this vehicle of this kind of angst of the student versus the demands of the administrative university. And I suffer it. Of course I do. And I'm saying that I get it wrong. And I think the students are getting it wrong. We're getting it wrong. And the big body, the big men sitting in the big rooms are also getting it wrong. And I think, and that's why I came here with the problem. But yeah.
I think we have one final question.
Oh my God.
Don't worry, it's not going to be a target at you. So I just want to ask the whole panel, like we are here there are around less than 200 students here. We are discussing about these wonderful topics, but when will these topics be discussed with the whole public? Like I have realized that only these topics are discussed in, as you mentioned, global and international universities. But when will these kind of topics and these kind of words like oppression, caste and all will be discussed with the whole general public, as we say? Because at the end we have to admit that we are different from them, and we have that upper hand, that we are able, that we got this platform to discuss these kind of topics, and we don't have a backlash at it. So it's just a simple question that when will the whole public, when can we discuss these types of questions with the whole general public?
I mean, these conversations are happening. People are talking about them. They're just not in here having the conversation with you. So as for being uncomfortable, I was trained to let discomfort exist, because this is the only way to make change. So you can start valuing discomfort for that purpose. In the union, in the library, which is like a trade union, because it's ultra, inclusive, and everyone's valued equally. But in the library, we have a leadership development track that some people participate in, and the idea is to develop your politics, so that, politics is a set of beliefs or ideas put into practice. Academia is something else, and there are other things also. But when you have politics, it's not just, the idea that you're a feminist, it's the practice. So, with these youngsters, like, a core lesson is value discomfort, because if you're uncomfortable, you're making change. And by uncomfortable, I'm not talking about that catharsis thing, because that's actually the release of the discomfort. You have to sit with discomfort at whatever place in the hierarchy you are. I do think universities need to unionize, and students should get ready to support their professors in unionization. For multiple reasons that we can't go into here. Around the world, universities are unionizing. It's time for the Indian universities to join also. The conversations are happening. What I said earlier about the kind of poverty of culture that you are participating in right now, that's me throwing it out to you, that you have a self-interest in this, that the discomfort is part of the poverty, so do something about it for you. As for the world moving on without you, that's happening just fine. And it will. I don't think change will come because people in Jindal University will decide to make change or decide to sit with discomfort. The minority is the minority. It's the top of the hierarchy. The majority will carry on without you. I don't know what it'll take for that to happen. I mean, lots of people have speculated on it. I think it makes a lot of sense because we only have one life to live, to get busy doing something. Practice your politics, be uncomfortable, trust that other people are doing that also. Never turn away an opportunity to join an organization, because that is the only hope. Your individual feeling bad, guilty, sad, rage isn't going to accomplish much of anything.
Read more books too. You can do that right now, right? I mean, seriously. I mean, there's so much great stuff to read of all kinds of things, and it will make you uncomfortable, and it will make you less uncomfortable because it's actually healthier than Instagram. I mean, my dad died a year and a half ago, and I went through and I found his reading logs going back to 1980, and I said, Jesus, I mean, I do read, but I started, and I feel so much better. I put away Instagram. I got 2 books going at the same time. I read Hindi pulp fiction. I read, history and pedagogy and all kinds of and it's just like, it settles my mind at the end of the night. It's how I sleep. So it's a good thing to do. Plus, it's, I agree that join an organization too. You know what I mean? But also, in the meantime, read the books your professors give you, because guess what? After this, you're going to be like, nobody else going to tell you interesting books, and you'll have to go find them on your own. And then you can join a library, right? And then that'll be awesome because you can talk to a librarian. Anyway. That's it. I don't know anybody.
I think we need to take these conversations out of educational institutions into our families also. The moment I had that traditional Farzi engineer to MBA, and then the moment happened where I realized that, okay, something needs to be done. I quit, and then I remember that sentence from my mother. I started discussing things with her, and it was like, तेरे को हर चीज में logic क्यों चाहिए? That's the problem, that once you start talking to people who are not comfortable with discussing these questions, and that discomfort, that problematic part got resolved, because I said, what's the problem with arguing and talking critically about it? And it changed the way the kind of discussions happen in our family. And probably the same thing happened with my friends, like while we were in PhD. So it's in our immediate circles that we can bring that change. The larger institutions, I mean, we can try. That's a long-term project, but at least in our smaller parts, like Michael said, read. You become convinced of how the world works, and then try to change it one bit at a time.
I think we are facing the biggest challenge.
Yeah.
We are facing the biggest challenge to effective pedagogies, which is time. It's important for us, I think, to take away whatever we've got from this wonderful, diverse conversation, and in the evening maybe ponder over it, think, try to feel. Yes, everything can't be fitted into, classroom hours or panel discussion timings. Some things just spill over. And if we had our way, we could probably be having this discussion throughout the day. But there are many other papers lined up, and I see that we've eaten into half an hour of our lunchtime. So we'll end this discussion here by thanking all our panelists again for being so generous and sharing their ideas with us. No, I think there's something a bit more formal before we are allowed to go for lunch.
Because you know this, academia is all performance. That's what we need to do. So thank you so much, all our panelists and Joyani, for that very exciting, very diverse take on different aspects of education in and out of the classroom, questions of guilt and rage and pain, and all of that, manifesting for teachers and students alike. On that note, we would like to felicitate all our panelists who took out time from their precious weekend and came out all the way to join us. May we invite Dean Kathleen Mudrowski to join us on stage, along with Professor Nandini Dhar. And if we have Professor Galina here with us, then please, and Professor John Clammer, in case John, if you're here, would you please join us on stage for thank you tokens and felicitations for our panelists. Thank you. Thank you so much. We are now going to break for lunch, and we are starting with our panels from 2:30. We have a very exciting array of panels. Please join us for the same, followed by a performance by our visiting Delhi University students, which are going to start from 5 p.m. In and around Adda. So we hope to see you for the panels and the performance. Thank you. For faculty, there's lunch at Rendezvous for all of you who like to join us. It would be great to see all of you there, and then we can all come back for the exciting panels. Thank you.